a sec. For some reason, the screen isn't coming on.
Plugged in. Oh, there we go.
You've just got magic hands. Every time you touch something, it works. Okay, is council ready for the jury panel? All right. Okay, please be seated. All right, good morning, members of the jury panel. I'm Regina Chu, and I'll be the presiding judge in this trial. I want to start out by saying thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for interrupting your normal routine. Thank you for fulfilling such an important civic obligation. These are, of course, not normal times. These are extremely trying times. So it's with extra heartfelt appreciation from the entire judicial system that we say thank you for responding to your jury summonses. Upholding the rights that we cherish, the right to a trial by jury and the right to a speedy trial, are constitutional rights that are the very foundation of our democracy. You validate these constitutional rights by appearing today and by proving your willingness to serve. You jurors are our heroes. You are ordinary people who are called to do extraordinary work to make sure that our justice system keeps moving, even in the midst of a pandemic. Not all of us can serve in the military, but what we all can do is do our civic duty by serving as jurors. Our judicial system would not work without good citizens like you. I'm again saying thank you because I can't thank you enough. Now, as you know, this is a criminal case in which the state of Minnesota has charged the defendant, Kimberly Potter, with the following charges. Count 1 is first-degree manslaughter predicated on reckless use or handling of a firearm, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, state of Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright while committing the misdemeanor offense of reckless handling or use of a firearm so as to endanger the safety of another with such force or violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable. Count 2 alleges second-degree manslaughter, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright by her culpable negligence, whereby Kimberly Potter created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm to Dante Demetrius Wright while using or possessing a firearm. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. That plea denies the charges and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is represented by Attorney General Keith Ellison, Mr. Matt Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge, and Mr. Josh Larson. The defendant is represented by Mr. Earl Gray and Mr. Paul Ng and Ms. Amanda Montgomery. I want to introduce to you other people that will play critical roles in this case. First of all, I have two clerks that will be assisting with all administrative matters. First of all, my law clerk, Mr. Zach Kramer, and my judicial clerk, Ms. Jessica Bauer. If something should come up of a personal nature and you need to get a message to me, please let my staff know and they'll make sure I find out, okay? Seated in front of me is Carly Davis. She is a certified court reporter, and she's responsible for taking down all the testimony and keeping a formal record of the trial. That means when you respond to questions, you must speak loudly and clearly so our court reporter can make an accurate record. If your answer is yes or no, you have to indicate that orally instead of shaking your head, because that doesn't come out on the record. And please don't say uh-huh or uh-uh, because you can't tell the difference between the two. A couple of things before we get started on jury selection. First of all, masks are required at all times when you're in the courtroom and in the courthouse generally. The only time that you'll be allowed to remove your mask is when you're behind plexiglass in the witness stand, because what's going to happen is that when you're questioned, you will be questioned in the witness stand. There's going to be, let me give you an overview of what voir dire is going to look like. Voir dire is just what lawyers call jury selection. First of all, I'm going to be asking you some group questions, and I'll ask you to raise your hand or not raise your hand. The group questions, you do not have to say anything. In fact, you should not say anything. You should just raise your hand. Then, as I indicated before, I'll question you individually. The other panel members will be in the waiting room. The juror will come up and sit in the witness box. I'll do follow-up questions on the answers to your questionnaire, and the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask questions if they have any as well. So, that's what it's going to look like. All right. Just to give you some warning, it's kind of hard to control the temperature in this courtroom, so you might want to dress in layers in case it's chilly in some parts of the courtroom as opposed to others. You may bring something to drink with you into the courtroom as long as it has a cap on it. A couple of things about delays. I try to take care of all legal matters before you come in the morning and after you leave in the afternoon. But sometimes things can't be anticipated. And I want to apologize in advance should the lawyers and I have to confer on legal matters and that you'll be waiting. Please be assured that we make every effort to not waste your time, but we want to make sure that only the proper evidence is submitted to you for consideration in rendering your verdict. A lot of those issues have been dealt with pre-trial, but things may pop up during trial, so I hope you understand. Okay, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions. There are rules of law that apply in a criminal case. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because she is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. The presumption of innocence abides and remains with the defendant unless and until the state has proven her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American justice system is that the jury determines whether the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American jurors do in criminal cases. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict in American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not proved beyond a reasonable doubt. To ensure both the defendant and the state receive a fair trial by an impartial jury, it'll be necessary for me and the attorneys to ask you some questions. Remember that you will be under oath when you answer our questions and that you must answer truthfully. The questioning is a very important part of the process. The reason for that is that all of us hold personal opinions and all of us have had life experiences. We wouldn't be human if that wasn't the case. The purpose of jury selection is to try to determine whether or not you hold certain opinions so strongly, or if something has happened to you or someone near and dear to you that would make it difficult, if not impossible, for you to be a fair and impartial juror. Put differently, the personal opinions or life experiences would so cloud your ability to listen to the evidence and render a decision based on the evidence alone. Please don't take offense to any of the questions that are asked. None of us wishes to pry into your personal affairs. Our sole purpose and our obligation is to ensure that the jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you are not leaning one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all the evidence. And fair means that you will base your verdict on the evidence in the case and not on anything that is not presented in this case. We want you to bring your common sense, of course, into the jury room, but your verdict must be based on the evidence you hear during the trial. Your obligation is to honestly answer the questions and tell us of anything, even if you're not directly asked, that might affect your ability to be neutral, open-minded, and fair. Now, some of you that will be questioned will be excused from the panel, and I hope you don't take offense with that. It doesn't necessarily mean that anyone thinks that you're not a fair person. At this point, panel members, I'll ask that you all stand up and raise your right hand while Mr. Kramer administers your oath.
Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say, "I do."
Okay, thank you. Please sit down. All right, I'm going to start out with the group questions. So no verbal response is necessary. If you would just raise your hand when I indicate. Do any of you have any serious concerns about your health if you were to serve as a juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, no hands are raised. Does anyone have trouble understanding or hearing what I am saying? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has a burden of proof? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, let me repeat the question. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has a burden of proof? If you agree with that principle, please raise your hand. I believe all hands are raised. If you serve as a juror, I will instruct you on the law. Let me go back to the burden of proof again. Does anyone disagree with the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and the state has a burden of proof? If you disagree with that, please raise your hand. Okay, no hands are raised. If you serve as a juror, I'll instruct you as to the law that you should apply. You must follow the law even if you believe the law is or should be different. If you are willing to follow the law, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. If you are chosen as a juror, I will instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with this principle of law? If so, raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not in any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs, and not because of any bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. Okay. And, sir, you're juror number 33. Thank you. There will be police officers who will testify in this case, as well as other witnesses. I'm going to give you some guidelines in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable, but it's generally a matter of common sense. Things to look for, though, are how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case? And what is the witness's relationship to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is in law enforcement? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a police officer just because of his or her position? No hands are raised. All right, do any of you know the lawyers in this case? Do any of you know the defendant? No hands are raised. Okay. You were given a list of possible witnesses earlier. They may not all testify. Do any of you know any of the witnesses on the list? And what I'd like you to do is raise your hand even if you're not sure. All right, no hands are raised. All right. We expect to start opening statements by December 8th. It may be earlier, but our best estimate right now is that we will start on December 8th. We anticipate to be being finished before Christmas Eve. That's our best estimate. Don't be concerned if we do not finish by Christmas Eve. I intend to take Christmas Eve and that weekend off and start the following Monday, December 27th, if we're not done. So you won't be missing Christmas Eve or Christmas with your family and friends. If you're chosen as a juror, the trial will start at 9 o'clock. It'll go until 4:30 or 5. There'll be a 20-minute break in the morning and a 20-minute break in the afternoon, and we do take a lunch break for an hour. So that basically is what the schedule will look like if you're chosen as a juror. Please remember while court is in recess that you should not talk to anyone involved in this case, nor should you discuss the case among yourselves. During the recess, you might see the attorneys or the parties in the hallways. Don't take offense if they don't stop and talk to you. Everyone involved in the case has been ordered to have no contact or communication with any member of the jury panel, and any violation of that rule could jeopardize the trial, and that prohibition will continue until a verdict has been rendered. Okay, at this point, I'm going to do individual voir dire. So I would like juror number 33 to stay in the courtroom, and if the other panel members will follow the deputy to your waiting room. Thank you. Okay, Mr. 33, will you please come up here and take a seat right next to me? And after you take a seat, will you please remove your mask? How are you doing today? Okay. All right. I wanted to circle back and ask you a question when you didn't raise your hand. Okay, the jury's verdict has to be based on the evidence alone that is presented in the case. And if you're chosen as a juror, you can't let passion, prejudice, bias, or sympathy affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And you didn't raise your hand stating that you would follow that instruction. Can you tell me what your thoughts are on that issue?
I just think in an ideal world, it would be, that's what you strive for, but just based on who I am, I'm just trying to be as honest with you as I possibly could. And I have strong feelings about this case,
Okay. Tell me about your strong feelings.
When I see the victim, I see a lot of, the victim looks a lot like my students who I teach. I can't, it's really hard to separate that. I've been teaching for a long time, and, I think that's a big part of it, so.
Okay. So, you would be thinking about your student, do you think, or your students that
Yes, probably, yeah.
at the time, and associating them with Mr. Wright?
Yeah, I would rather not, but I think it's really difficult
Okay.
separation. So.
Do you think that sympathy, I think it's natural to be sympathetic, and when a young person dies, do you think that would prevent you from really looking at the evidence and rendering a decision based solely on the evidence?
I have to be honest. I don't know I would be the best pick. I wish I could.
Okay.
I'd love to do jury duty, but
You can't set that aside then.
if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't know if I can.
Okay.
That's just trying to be as honest as I can. So.
All right. So that would affect whether or not how you looked at the case and what your decision would be on whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. Counsel, so far? All right, Mr. Frank?
Juror 33, certainly do appreciate your candor with the court and your answers today. In filling out the jury questionnaire, which I recognized some time ago, one of the questions you were asked is that same question. Could you set aside bias and interest and prejudices and be a fair and impartial juror? Do you remember your answer?
Well, I remember filling out the questionnaire in the summertime, and I probably said I probably could.
Yeah, you wrote yes.
Yeah. Now, being in session in school for since the beginning of September, I think that has influenced a lot.
And you have to be the one to let us know, right?
Right.
Not judging you or anything of that nature. All we ask are for honest answers, certainly. And yet, it seems in your questionnaire you were pretty resolute, right? When you just wrote yes to that answer. And yet, what the judge is asking you is, it's okay for you to have those. In fact, in one of your answers, you recognize that jurors sometimes have biases, right? You had a very insightful answer about the jury system, right? But you sound like a person who recognizes that biases, people have them. And that is probably, would you agree, a key to not letting biases infect decisions?
Yeah.
So, what we're asking you to do is, as a juror, recognize you have those biases and don't let them affect the decisions you make based on evidence. You would know that those biases are not evidence, right? So that's the fundamental question. That's why I asked for the opportunity to ask you the question that way. So as you sit here, can you answer that question for me? Can you recognize your biases, that they're not evidence, and just decide the case on what goes on here in the courtroom?
I don't know if I'm able to separate that to where I'm at right now. When I answered that in the summertime, maybe I was a little bit more confident in my ability. And I'm just trying to be honest to protect the integrity of the trial. So,
anything that you think I should know about you to understand that answer better? Does that question make?
No, it's just I've been teaching in a very urban setting for a long time, and I do that because I love it, and I hear a lot of stories from my students and interactions, and I think that has influenced my view on a lot of things. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
sorry.
Thank you so much for being honest about this. And you do great work. I really admire teachers. So have a wonderful rest of the day, and you're done with jury duty. Okay, you can go home if you want to. All right, thank you. Deputy, could we have a moment before? Okay, just for the record, I think it's obvious why this juror was dismissed for cause. Both sides agreed. All right, I just want to make sure that, are we missing one juror? Is 41 here now? Okay.
Well, there's 41.
So we just got news that 41 has postponed.
Oh,
Just in the
okay.
last 5 minutes, probably.
Yeah, 41, yeah, they're entitled to postpone at any time. So there is no 41. Okay, so just so everybody's on board, it's going to be 35, 39, 40, and 44.
Judge, 44 is not here either.
Oh, 44 is not here.
44 did not appear this morning.
Okay. They're still trying to get a hold of him or her, right? Okay. Okay, is council ready for the next juror? That would be number 35. morning.
Good morning.
Juror number 35. Okay, you may remove your mask. Okay, just a couple of follow-up questions on your questionnaire. Thank you for filling it out for us. Okay, in response to one of the questions, you indicated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, and you had a somewhat positive general impression of Dante Wright. I guess my question to you is, would you, notwithstanding any general feelings that you had about the parties here, or Mr. Wright and Ms. Potter, would you be able to listen to the evidence and base your decision solely on the evidence that's presented in this case and the law that I give to you?
Yes, I would.
Okay. You also stated that you've carried signs, you've been involved in demonstrations, and that you've carried signs including Black Lives Matter, Justice for Breonna Taylor, and Justice for Dante Wright. Okay. Is that going to interfere with your ability to be objective and take a look at the evidence and decide the case based solely on that evidence? Or is that going to cloud your judgment and make you automatically believe that the defendant is guilty?
To your first question, no, I don't think it will cloud my judgment. I do believe in innocent until proven guilty. I do have. Can I move it more towards?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Is that better? Okay. Should I repeat?
Yeah, why don't you start over?
Okay.
Okay.
I do not think that would cloud my judgment, as I do believe in the praxis of innocent before guilty, or innocent until proven guilty.
All right. So as you sit here today, you can give Kim Potter the Thank you for letting me know about that. All right. Could we have sidebar, please? Okay, the dates that your family has planned this trip is December 20 to what?
January 7th.
All right. If we didn't get done, I mean, we expect to be done. If we didn't get done, would you be able to join your family later?
I would not due to the price of tickets.
You what?
I would not due to the price of tickets.
Okay. All right. Sidebar, please. Okay. You're excused from the jury.
Okay.
All right, and I hope you have a great trip. You
Thank
probably have not been able to take trips for a while, right? And you were really looking forward to this. All right, have
Thank
a
you.
great time.
Sorry
okay?
about that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, we are. Oh, wait. We're not yet, Deputy. Okay, let me make a record first. All right. I decided to dismiss the juror for cause because of her trip. This is over the state's objection. And I don't know if either party wants to put anything on the record. Okay. I did that because, it was her prepaid trip. It looks like during COVID, no one's been able to travel. Her family is going over the holidays. And she also indicated that if she were forced to stay, she wouldn't be able to concentrate on the evidence. Okay. Now next juror is number 39. Okay, thank you, Deputy. I think we're ready. Hello, juror number 39. Please have a seat right next to me. And you may remove your mask. Okay. Oh, you can take your mask off.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Just a couple of follow-up questions on the answers to the questionnaire. Thank you for filling it out. I know it was a lengthy questionnaire. The first question was, What do you know about this case from media reports? Do you know anything, or have you heard anything?
I don't know anything about.
Pardon?
I don't know anything about this case except watching seeing the news. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you learn about this case from the news?
The incident when they were showing over the TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what did you see?
I just saw what was happening. Yes.
You saw the video.
Yeah.
Is
the
that
video.
right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that, how many times have you watched the video?
I'm not sure exactly, but I saw a couple of times. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You stated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of Kimberly Potter. Can you tell me why you feel that way?
Pardon again?
My question was, you stated on your questionnaire, you checked the box that you had a somewhat negative general impression of Kimberly Potter. Can you tell me why you feel that way?
I'm not sure about what I put there, but basically it was just, if I remember well what I wrote over there. Yeah.
Well, why don't you just tell me, what's your general impression of the defendant? Or do you have one?
Except that I think what I wrote there was just like I'm not sure how the case and what was the purpose of the person, and my impression was just maybe it was very much better to make sure that to consider in a positive way, like when you handle such cases.
Okay.
Yeah, it does that.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand what you said. I mean, do you have any general impressions of the defendant? From watching the video, you stated that you watched the video?
As I said, I'm not sure what was the purpose behind and how the incident take place, but by looking it something comes to your mind quickly, and that is it would have been better if being taken more necessary consideration before the actions take place.
Okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
When I was asking group questions, I asked the question about the burden of proof. And my question was that our system of justice presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her. Do you agree with that? I mean, if I instructed you, if you were a juror, and I instructed you that the state has a burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, would you be able to follow that?
Of course, because the judge is somebody who started the whole case and investigated the whole case, and studied thoroughly. So
Okay.
yeah, whatever.
So
rules
you
is.
accept that principle?
Yeah.
All right. And you will require the state of Minnesota to produce evidence beyond a reasonable doubt before you would find that the defendant is guilty, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And as she sits here today, can you give her the presumption of innocence? Can you just presume she's innocent right now as you sit here today?
As I said, the church is. I don't have knowledge about that, and
Okay.
I never.
Yeah. So you don't know anything yet?
I don't know anything.
So you
yeah.
can presume she's innocent right now, right?
Until the church is proven. I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know much about that.
Oh, I see that you're a teacher. Okay. What grade do you teach?
For now, I'm not teaching anymore.
Okay, you're not. You're on sabbatical or something, huh? Okay. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But you've never served on a jury before,
yes,
right?
This is my first time. That's why.
To tell you the truth, I mean, most of the people that we've talked to haven't been on a jury before.
Okay. Yeah.
So a lot of people in the group that we're asking questions of are in the same position as you are. Okay, so don't feel that just because you've never served on a jury wouldn't be a good juror. In fact, what we're looking for is jurors that will be fair to both sides. Jurors that will keep an open mind and listen to all the evidence before making a decision as to whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay? So not knowing anything about the case is a good thing, okay? Because you should only base your decision on the evidence that you hear in court.
Yes.
And not on anything that isn't presented in court. Do you think you could do that?
Yes, but if anything happen around the way, then I will let you know.
Okay.
I mean, like.
No, is there... We expect to start December 8th or maybe a day or two sooner.
Okay.
And we should be done by before Christmas Eve. Is there anything between December 8th and December 23rd that is a hardship for you or would prevent you from serving during that period of time?
I haven't decided now, but I had a trip on my mind.
You have what?
To go one trip on my head, on my. I just think it, but I haven't decided. I haven't booked the ticket.
Okay, well, don't.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you're chosen as a juror, you shouldn't book any trips. Okay, can you refrain from booking any trips until it's determined whether or not you're going to be a juror?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, and the other thing is that when you come to the language, also
Okay.
English is my second language. It's
All
not my
right.
first language.
Okay. What's your
And-
first language?
My first language. I speak a couple of languages, but my best language is Somali.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand. Yes.
Okay.
I do understand.
Do you have any concerns about understanding the evidence if you were chosen as a juror?
Yeah, I do understand most of the words, but when you come to sometimes like low terms are different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Up to this point,
Mhm.
have you been able to understand?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I do understand.
Do you think that your understanding of English will be sufficient to allow you to sit as a juror?
I do communicate everywhere, but as I said,
Okay.
some words I have to be careful. You know.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, if you had a question about what something meant, would you, and you were chosen as a juror, and you were in the jury room, would you feel comfortable asking other jurors what a particular word meant?
Yeah, I can ask. I
Okay.
can ask. Yeah.
All right. So, I just want to make sure you're comfortable too, and that you feel that you can understand what will be going on when the trial starts. Are you comfortable with your English understanding to sit as a juror?
To set any standard, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right, counsel? The attorneys get a chance to ask you some questions.
Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
I would like to follow up with you on the language question. I had a hard time understanding a couple things you said. So, how long have you been in the country here, in the United States?
Around 10 years, yeah.
I'm sorry?
10 years.
10 years? And when you came here, did you speak English at all?
Yeah, whatever I know, I knew. Now, I never studied English in here. I mean,
So, I'm hearing you right. You didn't know a word, but then you've learned it over the last 10 years. Is that right?
no, I haven't. I knew English when I came here.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever I know now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when Judge Chu was asking you questions as you sat there, do you remember those questions?
Some of them, yeah.
Well, what I wanted to ask you about is that to some of the questions, I noticed that you raised your hand slowly after watching the other jurors raise their hands. Do you remember doing that?
Yeah.
And were you kind of following their lead in terms of the correct answer to answer? Or were you hesitant? Or tell me what was your thought process?
As I said, because this is the law matters, and I was very much careful to what I understand. So I didn't know whether I'm allowed to ask the judge to repeat that word, but I was taking my time to understand.
Okay. Do you remember filling out this questionnaire? Do you remember doing this?
Yes.
Did anyone help you fill out this questionnaire? Did you work on it with anybody else?
No,
Did anyone read this to you, for example?
no.
Are you right or left-handed? I'm just curious.
No,
The question is, are you right-handed or left-handed?
right-handed.
Right-handed? Well, when Judge Chu was asking you about your impression of Officer Potter, I couldn't quite hear your answer. It may be my hearing, too. You're talking a little too fast for me. But you checked the somewhat negative check mark for her. And I wanted to know what your answer was because I couldn't hear it the first time. Why did you check somewhat negative here on the form? If you recall even doing that.
You mean why I mark it wrongly?
Yeah.
Unless I see.
Well, we're trying to do social distancing here. So I represent to you that this is your questionnaire for Juror 39.
Okay.
I represent to you, the question was this: from what you have seen, read, or heard, do you have a general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter? Okay, that was the question.
Okay.
And then there's a check mark here, and you checked somewhat negative. Okay, so you had.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember now.
Okay.
As I said now.
Now go really slow for me.
Okay. Yeah, I was answering to the other judge now. I was saying now, when the case was handling, I would like if, I don't know what was the purpose, what was the idea behind, but I was willing or wanted at that moment to be taken more careful, to handle the case.
What was your last phrase? To take more, to take more careful. What did you say? Give me the last 4 words, because I couldn't hear you.
I mean, when the case was handling, to be handle it in a careful way, rather than using what happened now. That's the reason why I marked it.
Are you saying that you didn't feel as if the case was handled by Officer Potter in a careful way? Is that what you're saying? Help me with that.
If you remember, my first word was I didn't know what was the purpose, what was happening,
Okay.
what was, when you're charging, when you're looking and when you are there, it's different stories. So I was saying, many ways of handling it could be taken more careful. If the thing is, I'm not sure how it happened, the case.
Okay. So are you saying that she could have been more careful? Is that why? That's why you're somewhat negative about it.
Yeah, that was the thing.
And why do you say she should have been more careful?
I mean, we take care always when we are dealing with human being life, and that was why I said so.
Well, do you understand the trial, if you're picked, is about what happened?
Yeah.
And in part of that was what she was thinking about and why she did certain things. You understand that? So the issue of carefulness is something that the jury decides after the case is presented. You understand that?
Okay. Yeah. That's what I said too. Because I'm not here to judge, but I'm just answering your question, what you said here.
And you indicated that about Dante Wright, that you had a neutral impression. Do you remember filling this out for Dante Wright? Let me read you the question, okay? The question was, from what you have seen, read, or heard, do you have a general impression of Dante Wright? And you checked neutral. Do you remember checking that?
Yeah, as I said, because according to what I believe, my faith involves here too. When I'm charging, I have to have evidence, and I don't have evidence in this case. Whatever. So that's why I say, at the moment, I'm not there to charge, because even my beliefs cannot allow me to charge somebody without having evidence.
So you checked neutral because you didn't really know what he did.
Yeah, I didn't know none of them what was the case. Yeah.
And according to your questionnaire, you saw the tape about 2 to 3 times. Do you recall filling it out the form that way?
But come again?
That you saw the video 2 to 3 times?
Oh yeah.
Where did you see that?
I think it was the news I watch most of the time, like in the house.
Do you remember what channel you were watching? By chance?
Yeah, I think there's CNN, and the other one just local one. I don't know.
Where do you teach, by the way?
I'm not teaching now.
You're not teaching? Are you working now?
I'm still looking at a job, yeah, but I'm teaching afternoon daycare now.
You're teaching at a daycare?
For now, few hours.
3 hours a day? It says here that you have a number of children.
Yes,
How many children do you have?
I have 9 children.
How many?
9.
9? And how old are they? What's the range?
The oldest one is 17 years and a half. 17 and a half, the oldest one.
And how about the youngest?
1 year.
And do you remember being asked about your opinions regarding police work? I'm putting you on the spot. This is on page 7. Do you remember doing that? And indicating that you had no opinion as to each question that was answered. Do you remember this?
No, I don't know.
Your questionnaire indicates you have a bachelor's degree.
Yes.
What's your degree in, if I could ask?
I have a Islamic law degree.
It's a what?
I have Islamic law degree, Arabic and Islamic studies degree.
From
And-
where'd you go?
Minnesota University.
University of
Islamic studies.
Minnesota.
And also I have a couple of other studies here.
Pardon me?
I have a couple of other studies too. I mean,
Tell me about those.
teaching.
You have a teaching degree.
Yeah, no, yeah. They evaluated here and they said I have to do more in order to complete the degree.
When you filled out this questionnaire, it said you were a full-time teacher. Were you full-time in the summer when you filled this out?
No, when the corona happened, I stopped.
Do you remember filling this out that you were a full-time teacher, though?
When I was fulfilling, I just had in mind the one I was doing before and the afternoon classes. Yeah.
And when you filled it out this summer, you said that the length of the trial may be difficult for you because the job would make it difficult. Do you remember filling that out? But that's no longer the case with you now?
No, I actually, when I left the school job, I started Uber work, and I was thinking about that.
Well, let me ask you this: if you're selected for the jury in this case, the case is going to take a couple weeks. Will you have any income during those 2 weeks to assist your family of 9?
No.
Will that be a hardship for you not to have any income?
Exactly.
And is anyone going to pay you while you're on the jury if you are selected? I mean,
No.
so you're out of significant income,
Is it?
which is a hardship on your family. Yes?
Yes.
And the last question of the questionnaire was that you were asked, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? And you said you weren't sure. Not sure. You remember that?
What did I say? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think I was referring the same case of which I mentioned earlier. The word, you know that.
Okay.
Yeah. That is. I'm just following the same thing as I mentioned.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
continue or not?
Yes, oh yes.
A couple more questions. I appreciate your patience.
Okay.
Okay. Going back to that degree from the University of Minnesota, what year was that?
I done on 2016, I think.
2016?
Yeah.
And it's Islamic Studies?
Yes. Arabic and Islam study.
And it was a BA?
Yes.
You know, if you're in the jury room and don't understand something,
Okay.
given your language, and appreciates that English is your second language,
Okay.
are you going to ask the fellow jurors what certain things mean and have them explain them to you?
If I don't understand.
Yeah, if you don't understand something, are you going to have the jurors explain it to you?
Yeah.
Okay, and that would include legal concepts and all sorts of ideas in the case. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So you would rely on your fellow jurors to help you explain what the law is,
Yeah. Sometimes.
because a lot of them are familiar to you. Is that right?
That's true.
Including the presumption of innocence, for example.
Yes. Yeah.
It's not something you use all the time, or rarely, right?
Yeah.
And proof beyond a reasonable doubt is a concept you don't use all the time, if at all. Fair?
Yes.
May I inquire here just a second?
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yes, you may, Mr.
Juror 39, thank you for being here. I just have a couple of follow-up questions that I want to ask you about, okay? Is it easier for you to read English and understand it than to listen to it and understand it?
Listening.
Easy to listen to it? And
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
see, the court reporter is typing, so we have to have words. What Mr. Ng did not ask you about is the law and who defines the law. Right. So here in court, the judge is like the teacher. Right? The judge tells us what the law is. So if jurors need to understand concepts, legal concepts, the judge gives definitions of them. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
And so if there's a legal concept you don't understand, The judge is going to define those for you. Do you understand?
Yes.
And the judge will not only read those to you, will tell you and will read those instructions to you, but the judge will also give you a written copy of those definitions. So when Mr. Ang was asking you about the burden of proof, the presumption of innocence, the judge is going to give you instructions. He's going to read them and give you written instructions. So if you have to know the meaning of a certain term, you're going to have those instructions from the judge. So knowing that, would you be able to follow the law that the judge gives to you in serving as a juror?
Yes.
And the way I understood what you were saying is you have been doing some teaching before, but the COVID pandemic has affected that somehow? Not teaching as much?
Actually, the school has, I think, closed that department somehow, and it came at right time. I mean, during the COVID-19, and since then, COVID happened, and I was sitting at home.
And so to do that, it sounds like you've done some driving for Uber.
Yes.
And if you're a juror, you'd still be able to do some driving for Uber on the weekends and maybe even a little bit at night.
Well, I only drove, I think, 1 month or 2 months around there. Then, since then, currently, right now, I'm not driving, but I was trying to.
And
because the security-wise, also, there was some issues about security, and then I didn't want to take that risk as well.
Okay. So you're not driving right now anyway.
Yes.
So it isn't a trial that would.
Yeah, but I'm still looking at job,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still job
Yes.
hunting. Yeah.
Sick, yeah.
And do you know that jurors do get some compensation from the court for being a juror? Some money from the state for being a juror every day.
I don't know.
And
Yes.
I mean, I'm not going to mislead you. It's not a lot of money, but it's a little bit of money to help.
Yeah.
Would that help, with supporting your family?
Yeah, I think so.
And we expect the trial to last, until maybe December 23rd. Today is December 2nd, so maybe 3 more weeks. Well, and not even starting until next Wednesday. So, from December 8th to December 23rd is roughly 2 weeks. You think you can make it through that period if you were asked to serve as a juror?
Yeah, but as I said now, I start 2 o'clock and 9 o'clock afternoon class that I'm teaching, daycare. Currently, the job currently I'm doing is in a daycare kids, so I start 2 o'clock afternoon until 9.
And so you wouldn't be able to go there until you got done here, right? For the weeks that were in trial.
Yeah, I have to tell them also.
You what? I'm sorry.
I mean, I haven't tell the bosses of that place anything as from now. I mean,
Okay.
so I have to tell them.
You would have to tell them, and because you would be on jury duty, you would not be able to work until you left here at 5 o'clock, let's say.
Okay.
Do you think you could do that?
I will tell them, but I'm not sure because I don't think they have other people for now. So I'm sure they will. But I will tell them.
And you don't know for sure that.
Yeah, I don't know what they will say.
Okay. And it would be for jury duty, right?
Okay.
So you could ask them and see what they would do.
Okay.
And if it were possible, you could still work after you get done here for a few hours at night, right?
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Eng had asked you some questions about when your impressions, and you checked somewhat negative and neutral. And what I understood you to say is that you can't make judgments because you don't know what happened.
Correct.
And so you understand, as a juror, that's what we want.
Yes.
We want people open mind about what happened.
Okay.
And are you telling us that that's what you would do as a juror, keep an open mind?
Okay.
Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
And you would not make a decision as a juror until you heard all of the evidence.
Okay.
Is that, would you do that?
Sure. Yes.
Your Honor, can I have just a moment, please? Your Honor, should we maybe go back? I just want to clarify where we are in the process.
Oh, I know this has gone on for a long time, and I apologize. The reason I think everybody's asking you so many questions is that, we're concerned about whether or not you understand English well enough to sit as a juror, okay? And you told me you speak a number of different languages. I don't think anyone here speaks 2 languages fluently. So I admire you for that. Our concern is, for example, you're probably really fluent in Somali and the other 2 languages that you said you speak. I don't want you to get stricken off this jury unless we really have a concern about you understanding the English language, because it's so important that you understand every single word that is being said. Because this is a criminal case, and all cases are important, but we've got a case here where any juror needs to understand every word that is being spoken. Legal concepts, principles, nobody really, if you haven't served on a jury before and you haven't gone to law school, that's not a problem. But understanding every word spoken is a necessity in order to be able to sit. Would you feel more comfortable not being on this jury, or would you feel comfortable being on this jury, given your understanding of English?
As I said, with the matters of legal-wise, I'm not very much confident in terms, communication, otherwise it's fine, it's not a problem. But when you come to the deep words, because you said this is a very critical matter, it's not something that I have to take chances, but
Okay.
I really feel like...
Have you been able to understand the words that have been spoken? Okay. So, it's okay if you don't feel comfortable sitting on the jury because English is your second language. That's perfectly okay. On the other hand, if you feel completely comfortable sitting as a juror, given your understanding of the English language, that's okay too. So I need to hear from you.
I'm not very much confident
Okay.
with the terms that I might not understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't feel confident that you would be able to understand everything?
Yes.
Okay. And so I take it that because of that, you think it would be best that you not be a juror in this case?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. This questioning went on for a long time, and I appreciate you sitting through all this. I'm going to excuse you as a juror, okay?
Thank you.
And I bet those 9 kids keep you busy.
Thank you.
You have your own daycare,
Okay.
just in your family.
Yes.
All right. Have a wonderful day, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, just for the record, the state objected to a for-cause dismissal of this juror, and I think he was honest with me when he said he just doesn't feel confident that he understands the English language enough to sit as a juror. So, did you want to say something, Mr. Frank?
I do, Your Honor. We still object to the court's granting cause. I think what he candidly said is he didn't understand, or he was concerned about not understanding legal concepts. I point to the next juror's questionnaire that says he wants a better definition of beyond a reasonable doubt. Everybody has trouble understanding our legal concepts. And the court expressed an understandable concern about him respond to just simply leading questions. But the court essentially kind of led him into his concern about not understanding the matter, and giving him that out to say I don't understand these legal concepts. That is the bottom line to me, is he expressed concern about understanding legal concepts. That's true of a lot of people, and you're going to give full definitions. What he said at the very beginning of your questioning with him is he's able to communicate okay. And so the man achieved a bachelor's degree at the University of Minnesota and is continuing on to get a teaching certificate. He knows various languages, so he understands what communicating in different languages is all about. So I really, are taking the court's time because I do think it's important to make this record that I don't think he was disqualified for cause from jury service.
Okay. Did you want to respond?
Well, your ruling is consistent with the previous juror, first name O, who had a similar language difficulty. So the court has made a consistent decision, and there's no error here.
All right. Okay. I think it's time for our morning break. So let's take 20 minutes. Just to let you know, we've got, that was number 39. So, okay. Zach, is 41 here?
So the next one is number 40.
And then 44, right?
44 is also postponed now.
Oh, okay, we've had two postponements.
Which one was that?
41 and 44 have both postponed. So we only have number 40 left. Okay. I think we're still on track to have juror number 7 come in at 1:30.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. And before that, I'll do the findings on the record. Okay, let's take a break. Okay. Thanks, Deputy. Hello, juror number 40. Please remove your mask. Thank you. Okay, a couple of follow-up questions on your answers to the questionnaire. You stated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, that you had a somewhat negative general impression of Dante Wright, and you also express some opinions about what defendant Potter should or should not have done. That's perfectly fine that you have opinions or, general feelings about the case and about the parties involved. But my question is whether or not you can concentrate only on what the evidence is in this case, the testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits admitted into evidence, and base your decision solely on the evidence that's presented in the case and not rely on anything you heard about or thought about before. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. I know this. You filled out this questionnaire quite a long time ago, but there was a question on. The question is this: the defendant Kimberly Potter was an officer for the Brooklyn Center Police Department. Is there anything about her employment with the Brooklyn Center Police Department that would prevent you from rendering a fair and impartial verdict in the case? And your answer was previous incidents with BCPD or other police department. Can you elaborate on that answer?
Just if there were any other incidents with Miss Potter.
Okay. So if there had been,
Yep.
then that might affect your ability to be fair.
Yep.
Okay.
But I don't know of any.
All right. Thank you. Okay, in response to the question on law enforcement, you stated that you're a high school police explorer.
That's correct.
Tell me what you do for that.
Well, that was a long time ago.
When was it?
In the 90s.
Okay.
At the time, it was just meetings that we had with the police officers. We run city council packets to the council members at the time, and then we practice in shooting.
Oh, you practice shooting. Okay, so you acted as a liaison with the police department in the high school?
Some people were way more involved than I was. I only did it for about 6 months.
Okay. What exactly was your responsibility as a high school police explorer?
Very, very limited. I didn't volunteer for any events. I basically just went to weekly meetings, I believe.
Okay, and what were the weekly meetings about?
I don't know that I could even remember.
Okay,
Sorry.
it was quite a long time ago. All right. You stated that you were accused of a crime. Were you satisfied with the result? Do you think you were treated fairly by the justice system?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any complaints about how the police reacted to that or treated you?
No, I got what I deserved.
Okay. There was a question, do you believe the jury system in the country is a fair system? Why or why not? And one of your comments was, I feel bad for jurors. Can you kind of tell me what you meant by that?
I mean, just my own personal experience. It's not an area that I'm, I've never been a juror before, and looking at it, you have to understand and separate what's going on around you, and it's not an easy position to be in.
Okay, because it's a big decision.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And you've never served on a jury before?
No.
Okay, here's what I can tell you. I talk to jurors after they reach their verdicts, and they always tell me that even though they were reluctant to serve, they were really glad that they had the opportunity, because they learned a lot, and all of them have told me that they've stepped away from jury duty with a renewed respect for a system of justice. So I'm probably not convincing you to look forward to it, but I'm just telling you as a fact, that's what they're telling me. So I know it's something different that a lot of people haven't done before, but are you willing to serve in this case if you're chosen to do so by the parties here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's a question here. The jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? And you said, yes, I would try. Can you give me a more definitive answer than that?
I think when I was filling out the questionnaire, I was probably just going through it. It's a lot of information all at once, and so my answer would be yes, I would do what I'm instructed to do.
Okay, thank you. The questionnaire gave you dates that you would be required to serve if selected, and your response was family gatherings and impacts to my children during the holidays. And that's understandable that that would be a concern that you would have. But would that concern be so overwhelming for you that you wouldn't be able to listen to what was going on in court here?
No, just an inconvenience more than anything.
Yeah.
And,
Okay. I know jury duty is inconvenient, and I know around the holidays it's probably a little more of a hardship than usual, but thank you for that. And you also recognize that being sequestered, if you were chosen as a juror, would put extra pressure on your wife and her job expectations to take care of the kids. It'll be harder for her.
Yep.
I bet she can handle it, though, right?
She can.
Okay. It's good of you to think of her, though. Okay. In response to the question, do you want to serve as a juror in this case, you marked no, not sure. Do you still feel that way?
I'm happy to serve on the juror. I'm probably more concerned about post-decision and what information about my person will be revealed, and any impacts that may have. But that's probably my only hesitation.
Okay. Is there anything about those concerns that makes you feel you can't be fair and impartial?
No.
Okay. So you can base your decision on the evidence and not because of any concerns about your personal safety or the aftermath of any decision?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel?
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Paul Eng. I'm with Earl Gray, Amanda Montgomery. We represent Officer Potter. I have some questions for you, too. Touching on that last question that Judge Chu gave you, I mean, is it your concern that if you find that the evidence is not proven and you acquit Officer Potter, are you concerned about your safety? Or having people who disagree with the verdict harm you? Are you concerned about that?
I think it's regardless of which direction it goes.
Well, why don't you? I guess I don't want to lead you into it. Tell me more about what your concerns are, so I can imagine what they might be. But why don't you help me with it?
Yeah, I mean, I think my biggest concern is no matter which direction this takes, there's going to be a large portion of people that aren't going to be happy, and I don't know what information about me individually will be made public record, and based on what you can find on the internet, it's not that hard to find somebody.
Could you talk a little louder?
Sure. It's just not that hard to find information out about people, so the concern I would have there is more of, personal safety of my family.
And under what circumstances would you have a greater concern for the safety of your family?
I'm going to check your honor for a form question.
Do you want to rephrase that?
Well, what are your concerns about the safety of your family in light of your verdict?
Probably more things that could happen to my house, things that could happen to my kids. I don't know if they're rational or not. They're concerns that, it's not that hard to find information, and I don't know what's going to be shared publicly about jurors after the case is done.
And who would you be concerned about? What group or individuals would you be concerned about vis-a-vis your family and your house?
I'm going to check your honor's asked and answered.
The objection is overruled.
Who would you? Let me rephrase it so you can. Who would you be concerned about? I mean, give us a little bit more about that. You're concerned about your safety, your house, your kids, but what individuals or groups would you be concerned about?
Either a group on the extremes of both sides. Either people that are happy for the decision or people that aren't happy for the decision. I mean, I don't have anybody in mind, but I wouldn't want anybody targeting me.
Would one side or the other have a greater concern for you, or is it both sides?
Both sides.
Okay. Well, you're anonymous, of course, here.
Here, yeah.
But there are ways, the media and the internet is ubiquitous now, and our assurance to you is that you'll be anonymous, but there's always an effort after the trial to find out who the jurors were. And it's up to the court and their motions and so forth. But, would that be a concern for you that would prevent you from serving on the jury? I mean, is it a legitimate's not the right word, is it a sincere concern that you have that would be make it difficult for you to be a juror in this case? That's the question.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's asked.
Okay, he already answered it.
Well, let me back up. Tell us what you do for a living. I saw the one line here, but I couldn't quite tell what it was. If you'd explore that with me for a second.
Sure. I work in IT, information security. Been in that field for 20 plus years. Kind of do a random smattering of different consulting type work in that field.
Can you explain that a little bit for me? And don't tell us who you work for or anything like that. Just give me a sense of what you do every day.
Yeah, today I lead a group of people that is responsible for managing data for a large organization based out of the Twin Cities. So it's protecting that data, making sure that the data is available, searchable.
How'd you get into the field?
Luck. No, I got into it because so originally I went to school to be a cop. Decided that wasn't the right field for me. Then I went to go be a teacher. Realized that wasn't the field for me. So then I went to computers because they could talk back. And ended up in that field. I've bounced around different industries and different levels of roles. And 6 months ago, took this job.
Was your previous employment similar skill set?
Yep.
When did you want to be a cop? Was that in relation to your Explorer activities back in high school?
It was. Yep.
Where was the Explorer unit, by the way? The
Bloomington.
police department.
Bloomington.
Okay. Did you go to school and get a degree in criminal justice then?
Nope, I changed my mind before I even got to college.
And what caused you to change your mind?
Afraid that I'd end up having to use my gun.
And that fear caused you just to change your mind totally?
Yes.
Well, you filled out a very lengthy questionnaire. And I had some. I'm not going to go over each of your questions, but or answers, I should say. But I do want to ask you some questions about it. So
Sure.
let me go through these with you. I'll try to click it along.
Okay.
But we all read these things, and then we have questions about it. So only a few questions, but I want to go through these. You have a narrative on page 3 of all the details that you remember. And I wanted to ask you about a couple things. You say that that Mr. Wright was pulled over for a broken taillight, something minor. New policeman guy was not controlling situation. What do you mean by controlling?
It didn't look like the situation was being handled where controlling it. I mean, normally when I'm trying to think of the right way to say this, it didn't appear that the officer was in charge, and so it looked like he was stepping back into the car, and didn't to me look like it was being a situation that was controlled.
Okay. So that's what you meant by that?
Yep.
Okay. And then you say a moment later, Mrs. Potter tried to take control of the situation and moved the new policeman out of the way. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. You also mentioned that she yelled, "Taser, taser, taser."
I do.
And then the next sentence I want to ask you about, Ms. Potter, quotes, realized, end of quotes, she used the gun and backed up. You used the quotations around realized. Why did you do that? Just curious.
There was either something that I saw in the video or just the body language that made a pause.
The next page, you talk about somewhat negative in your impression of Officer Potter. Do you have a somewhat negative impression of her today as you sit here?
I have no.
Bad decision.
Again, just based on the video that I saw, tried to get back in his car.
And you also said he was a familiar name to police.
That's what I remember hearing.
Okay. But again, we're going to start over for the trial, of course.
Yep.
Okay. Then down on 6, I'm clipping along here. The question is, have you ever talked about Dante Wright with your family and friends? You say yes, only to close family. And it's about question number 2, which is the muscle memory question. Criticized of both sides, but sad how black people are treated, remains your answer.
Yes.
So you're willing to be critical of both sides.
Yes.
Well, then Judge Chu asked you about question 10. You say, I would have a hard time if the law was interpreted in a way I didn't agree with. Which is, you realize that the judge, of course, is the law, but I mean, tell me again what you meant by that.
Sometimes the law is not common sense to me as an individual.
Can you give me an example?
If I'm driving 36 and the speed limit's 35 and I get a ticket for going 36.
Has that happened to you?
Not that one, no. I've gotten a ticket for loud motorcycle pipes, and it's a subjective statement. And so there are scenarios where, you know, I need more clarity on how to interpret common sense into the law.
It sounds like you've had some bad experiences with the police, or negative experiences, or experiences that you didn't enjoy anyway. Can you amplify that for me if I'm right?
I wouldn't say negative experiences, but it's never enjoyable getting pulled over.
How often does that happen to you?
A couple times in the last 10 years.
Motorcycle?
Yeah, actually.
Both for loud pipes?
No, one was for not having a helmet on in another state.
Then there was a part of the questionnaire on page 7, and I realize it's been a while since you answered that. So let me lead you through it and ask you a couple of questions about it. You say there's one question, the police in my community make me feel safe, and you strongly agree?
Yes.
And then, but on the other hand, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it's not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you strongly disagree. Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that one, no.
Would you stay with your answer? Let me read it to you again because it's kind of confusing the way this is worded. The statement was, because law enforcement officials have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. And you strongly disagree.
So this is where I need a little help in understanding what the context of the question is. I don't believe that anybody is allowed to, I mean, I believe everybody should have their information reviewed. If that makes sense.
And how about this one? Police in this country treat white people and black people equally, and you strongly disagree.
Correct.
Now, here's the question I have for you. Officer Potter is white. Mr. Wright, as you know, is black. Is that going to be a factor for you in deciding whether her guilt or non-guilt is proven?
No.
Okay. That's something that's not an issue for you in this case.
No.
You're talking about general societal issues on this one.
Correct.
And you still have a pistol or a shotgun?
I have a shotgun.
You a hunter?
I haven't used it in probably 20 years.
You got it at home though still?
Yep.
And moving along here, and I almost got through this, but on question 18, page 9, you have a somewhat favorable impression of Black Lives Matter. You said important for awareness, but I don't see change from it. You gonna stay with that answer?
Yes.
You want to explain that to me a little bit?
I think anything in today's world takes generations to change. And so I do think it's an important awareness. I just haven't seen any tangible outcome from it yet.
The next question was how favorable or unfavorable with Blue Lives Matter are you, and you're somewhat favorable?
Yeah, I think, again, the other side of the coin is they have a risky job. It's not that... trying not to take the extremes, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. And that's what you'll do here, too.
Correct.
Okay. You know, I don't want to dwell on this, but you indicated you have some minor crimes in your past. Are these involving yourself?
Yes.
Are they misdemeanor type offenses, or well, how old are they? How long ago was it? And then maybe answer my question.
I got arrested for a DWI, and
We'll skip that. Any other ones?
nope.
And getting towards the end, do you believe our criminal justice system works? And you say it's not a system for reform rather than punishment. It can be a cycle that is hard to get out of. Is that similar to you? Is that a sentiment that you kind of expressed about 2 minutes ago to me?
Yeah, society.
You're kind of saying the same thing?
Yep.
And then at page 13, you say, I need a better answer in reasonable doubt that I can understand and agree with. Of course, the judge will give you the definition. You agree to follow that?
Yes.
No problems there.
No.
Judge Chu touched on your family obligations, and you're still good to go.
Yes.
Anything I should have asked you that I didn't ask you?
I don't think so.
Can you give, the bottom line is, for us, is that can you give Officer Potter a fair shake here?
Yes.
Face her at the end of the day and say, I was fair to you.
Yes.
May I consult for a second? thanks a lot for talking to me. We pass the jury.
The state may proceed.
Your Honor, state we passed the jury.
Pardon?
We passed the jury.
Okay. All right. You are going to be on our jury, okay? So, as I stated before, our best estimate is that we're going to start on December 8th. We might start earlier. We don't know at this point. But you'll be getting a call from the jury office later on when we have a definite date. And they'll tell you when to report, where to report, and the time.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Have a great rest of the day.
You too.
Okay, Council, let's talk a little bit about the afternoon jurors. There's been there have been jurors that have requested postponement. Has 41, is he or she still on?
41 is postponed.
Okay, 41 is out. 43 is out. Is 44 still on?
44 is postponed.
Okay. So we'll start with 46, 47, 48.
47 is postponed as well.
Oh, okay, thank you. You're getting more up-to-date information than we are. Okay, so we'll start with 45, 48,
No, 46.
46, 48,
51. 51, 52, 55, and then 57.
okay. All right, that's the afternoon. Okay, Council, have a great lunch, and we'll reconvene at 1:30. Okay, on the record, I've ordered and the parties have agreed that the jury be anonymous in this case. A juror has expressed concerns that his identity has become public. We intend to question this juror without live streaming. I want to emphasize that this does not constitute a courtroom closure. The general public and the media have overflow courtrooms where they can observe the questioning on a closed-circuit TV. Those overflow courtrooms will remain open. Also, the Wright and Potter family members, as well as the two media representatives, may remain in the courtroom during the questioning. Although I find that there is no courtroom closure, even if it constituted closure, the right to an open and public voir dire must be balanced against the juror's privacy or other personal interests. Under Rule 26.02, Subdivision 4, any closure must be no broader than necessary to protect the overriding interests. In Smith v. Titus, 141 Supreme Court 982, the United States Supreme Court reaffirmed its directive in Waller v. Georgia, 467 U.S. 39, that 4 requirements be satisfied before a trial court may close a courtroom. First, the closure must advance an overriding interest that is likely to be prejudiced. Second, the closure must be no broader than necessary to protect that interest. Third, the court must consider reasonable alternatives to closing the proceeding. And fourth, the court must make findings adequate to support the closure. Those requirements have been met in this situation. First, the overriding interest is the juror's anonymity. Live streaming the questioning of the juror in question will only serve to draw even more interest in his identity. The juror has already expressed concern about his identity becoming public, and allowing live streaming while he is being questioned is likely to heighten his concerns. Second, the closure, if there is one, is no broader than necessary. As I indicated before, the overflow courtrooms will remain open and running. Third, I find this way of proceeding is the most reasonable manner to deal with the situation at hand. I further find that it strikes a fair balance to the right to a public voir dire and the juror's interest in maintaining his anonymity. Okay. All right. Are we prepared to call in the juror? Kid Deputy, I think we're, yes, we have a brand new panel. Okay, please be seated. Good afternoon, members of the jury panel. I'm Regina Chu, and I'll be presiding over this trial. I want to start out by saying thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for interrupting your normal routine. Thank you for fulfilling such an important civic obligation. You know, these, of course, are not normal times. These are extremely trying times. So it is with extra heartfelt appreciation from the entire judicial system that we thank you for responding to your jury summonses. Upholding the rights we cherish, the right to a trial by jury and the right to a speedy trial, in unusual, trying times, is the American way. You validate these constitutional rights by appearing today and by proving your willingness to serve. You jurors really are our heroes. You are ordinary people who are called to do extraordinary work to make sure our justice system moves forward, even in the midst of a pandemic. You are upholding the Constitution, the very foundation of our democracy, and we could not do this without you. Not all of us can serve in the military, but what we can do is do our civic duty by serving as jurors. Our justice system would not work without good citizens like you, and I'm saying a heartfelt thank you again, because I really can't say it enough. Now, as you know, this is a criminal case. The state of Minnesota has charged defendant Kimberly Potter with the following counts. Count 1 is first-degree manslaughter predicated on reckless use or handling of a firearm. And that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright while committing the misdemeanor offense of reckless handling or use of a firearm so as to endanger the safety of another with such force and violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable. Count 2 is for second-degree manslaughter, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Dante Demetrius Wright by her culpable negligence, whereby Kimberly Potter created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm to Dante Demetrius Wright while using or possessing a firearm. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. This plea denies the charges made against her and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is represented by Attorney General Keith Ellison, Mr. Matt Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge, and Mr. Josh Larson. The defendant is represented by Mr. Earl Gray, Mr. Paul Ing, and Ms. Amanda Montgomery. I do want to introduce you a couple of people that will play critical roles in this case. You've probably already met my staff. My law clerk is Mr. Zach Kramer, and my judicial clerk is Ms. Jessica Bauer. They'll be taking care of all administrative matters relating to these proceedings, and if any problem arises of a personal nature, please let my staff know, and they'll get the message to me. Seated in front of me is Ms. Carly Davis. She is a certified court reporter, and she's responsible for taking down all the testimony and keeping a formal record of the trial. That means when you respond to questions, you must speak loudly and clearly so that our court reporter can make an accurate record. If your answer is a yes or a no, you must answer orally instead of shaking your head, because we can't make a record of that. And please refrain from saying uh-huh and although it's kind of natural to do that. Okay, a couple of things before we start the jury selection. First of all of you are required to keep your masks on at all times. I will allow you to remove your mask when you're in the witness box being asked questions, but the attorneys are required to wear their masks as well unless they're at the podium that's enclosed by plexiglass. Let me give you an overview of what jury selection is going to look like. First of all, I'm going to ask you group questions. There is no need for you to answer orally. It's just a matter of raising your hand or not raising your hand in response to my questions. Then there will be an individual part of the jury selection, and what will happen there is I'll take each juror at a time, dismiss the other jurors, and have them wait in the courtroom that's set up for you. And you'll be seated in the witness box, and I'll ask you to remove your mask. During the individual questioning, I'm just going to do some follow-up questions to the answers that you gave in the questionnaire, and the attorneys will then have an opportunity to ask you questions if they have any. All right. Now, a couple of things about the courtroom. We can't control the temperature in here all the time, so please dress in layers. You can bring anything you want to drink into the courtroom as long as it has a cap on it. And then the subject of delays. I am very, very cognizant of the time that you're taking out of your ordinary lives to serve as jurors. So I try to deal with all the legal issues before you come in the morning or after you leave at night. And I've already ruled on a number of pretrial motions before you were even asked to come in for jury selection. But I have to tell you that sometimes things come up. And legal matters come up, evidentiary matters come up, and it'll be necessary for the lawyers and I to confer. There might be delays, I hope not, but it will be necessary sometimes for us to confer because it's so important that you consider only the evidence you should be considering. So I hope you will understand and forgive us for any delays that might occur. All right, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions now. There are rules of law that apply in a criminal case. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because the defendant is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the state proves her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American criminal justice system is that the jury determines whether or not the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American jurors do in a criminal case. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict in American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not prove beyond a reasonable doubt. To ensure both the defendant and the state receive a fair trial by an impartial jury, it'll be necessary for me and the attorneys to ask you some questions. Remember that you're going to be under oath when you answer our questions, and you must answer truthfully. The questioning is a very important part of the process. All of us hold personal opinions, and all of us have had life experiences. We wouldn't be human if that wasn't the case. The purpose of jury selection is to try to determine whether or not you hold certain opinions so strongly, or whether something has happened to you or someone near and dear to you that would make it impossible for you to be a fair and impartial juror in this type of a case. Put differently, the opinion that you had or the incident that happened would prevent you from listening to the evidence and basing your decision solely on the evidence. Please don't take any offense to the questions that are going to be asked. None of us wishes to pry into your personal affairs. Our sole purpose and our sole obligation is to ensure that jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you are not leaning one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all the evidence, and fair means that you will base your verdict on the evidence in this case and not on anything that is not presented in this case. We want you to bring, of course, your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based on the evidence you hear during the trial. Your obligation is to answer honestly and to tell us of anything, even if you're not directly asked, that might affect your ability to be neutral, open-minded, and fair. Now, some of you who will be questioned will be excused from serving on the jury. Please don't be offended by being excused. It doesn't necessarily mean that anyone thinks that you're not a fair person, so I hope you will understand if you are excused. At this point, members of the panel, will you please stand up and raise your right hand while my law clerk, Mr. Kramer, administers the oath.
Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say, I do.
All right, please be seated. Okay, panel members, I'm going to start with group questions. And again, you don't need to answer orally. The first one is, do any of you have serious concerns about your health if you were to serve as a juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Do any of you have any trouble understanding or hearing what I am saying? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has a burden of proof? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Does anyone disagree with that principle? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. If you serve as a juror, I'll instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law as I give it to you, even if you believe the law is or should be different. Are you willing to do this? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. If you're chosen as a juror, I will instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with that principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court and within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not in any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Under our system of justice, The jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs, and not because of passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. There will be police officers who will testify in this case, as well as other witnesses. I'm going to give you some guidelines in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable. It's basically a matter of common sense, but things to look for are: how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case? And what was the witness's relationship to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone that would believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is in law enforcement? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a police officer just because of his or her position? No hands are raised. Do any of you know any of the lawyers involved in this case? Do any of you know the defendant? All right, you were given a list of possible witnesses earlier. They may not all testify. Do any of you know any of the witnesses on the list? And I'd like you to raise your hand even if you're not sure. All right, no hands are raised. We intend to start opening statements by December 8th. We may start earlier, but right now it's December 8th. And we expect to be finished by December 23rd. That's our best estimate, no later than December 23rd. Now, don't be concerned at all if we don't finish by December 23rd, because I intend to take Christmas Eve and that weekend off and start December 27, the following Monday, if we're not done. So don't worry about missing Christmas Eve and Christmas with your family and friends. I don't intend to do that to you. If you're selected as a juror, the trial will usually start at 9 o'clock and will conclude at about 4:30 or 5 o'clock. There'll be a 20-minute break in the afternoon and a 20-minute break in the morning, and we do take an hour lunch break. So that would be the trial schedule. I just want to, you're unlikely to run into the parties or the lawyers while you're undergoing voir dire and during the trial, but please remember that you must not talk to anyone involved in the case, nor should you discuss the case among yourselves. During the recess, if you do see the parties or the lawyers, don't take offense if they don't say hello or talk to you. Everyone involved in this case has been ordered to have no contact or communication with any member of the jury panel. Any violation of that order could jeopardize the trial, and this prohibition will continue until a verdict has been returned. All right, those are my preliminary instructions, members of the panel. At this time, I would ask that the panel members, other than panel member number 46, follow the deputy back to your waiting room. Ms. 46, will you please come and have a seat next to me? And you may remove your mask. Thank you for filling out this rather lengthy questionnaire. Okay, I just have a couple of follow-up questions. If you don't remember what you said in the questionnaire, I'll remind you, okay? So don't be concerned if you don't recall. You indicated in response to one question that you have some concern because this is another event that would add to the trauma to the city. Can you elaborate on what your concern is?
Can you repeat the last part of that one more time for me?
You said in your questionnaire that you were sad for the victim and sad for the police officer's long career ending this way. And you expressed concern because this was another event that would add to the trauma in the city. What did you mean by trauma? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes. So I believe my intention with answer.
Here to the microphone. Can you speak up into the microphone?
Apologies. Yeah, I think my intention with answering that way and calling it.
Is it still not on?
Try now.
Testing?
No?
Try it again.
Test.
I'm sorry?
Tell us what number you're reading.
Answer to question number 6. Do we have to call in the mod squad?
Try it again.
Test.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Apologies.
That did work.
We're okay. Okay.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
No, I think I recall the most of it. And if I'm not
Okay.
answering completely, you can go back and ask for more information. But I believe if I use the word trauma in the cities, it's more so regarding just all the different sort of civil unrest that has been occurring in our region, starting, in the summer of 2020. And this being another event that played out after the fact, but I was observant of some more civil unrest and just more feelings of, just a lot of feelings of community members and people who are expressing their feelings. And so I think it's really difficult when you're raised in Minnesota and don't really know the area as a place where there's maybe a lot of civil unrest or a lot of protests or a lot of sort of highly visible news stories that are known nationally. To have that be in your area is sometimes difficult.
Okay.
Robert, can you please just have sidebar quickly?
Yes. I was on the wrong questionnaire. But thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
Okay, now I'm on the questionnaire that you did. You stated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter. Can you tell me why you feel that way?
Yeah, I believe my feeling from that comes from just my reaction to the tragedy that a life was lost. And so that's my explanation for my perception, and there's no other. I'm not very familiar with the case and didn't do a lot of reading or watch the video, so I'm not familiar with any other facts that would lead me to believe that way besides just my general reaction to the loss of a life.
Your Honor, sidebar again.
Okay. Kind of a long process. I'm just, all right. You're Ms. 46. Okay. Your general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter is neutral. Is it still neutral?
I think it lies between neutral and somewhat negative. At this point, I would say it's a neutral viewpoint, but at the time of learning of the incident, it was honestly probably somewhat negative.
And why?
Same answer as before. I would say it's my general reaction to a tragedy, and so in response to just learning that a life has been lost, that would be my explanation.
Okay. Whatever opinions that you have of Ms. Potter and of Mr. Wright, are you going to be able to just base your verdict on the evidence alone and not on other things that were not presented in the case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Tell me a little bit more about your contact with law enforcement.
Yeah, so my employment is in administration at a municipality. So I do not work in a police department, but have contact with, have had interactions in my professional work life with leadership in police departments.
Okay.
So,
and has your experience with law enforcement been positive, negative, or neutral?
positive.
Okay. You were a victim of having your car broken into, and did you report it?
I did.
And were you satisfied with what the police officers did in connection with your complaint?
Yeah, very satisfied.
Okay. Okay, are you currently in law school?
I am.
Okay, what year are you?
I'm a first year.
Okay. Do you have an idea of what type of lawyer you want to be when you graduate?
I don't, but I'm interested in public policy.
Okay. Even though you do probably have more knowledge about the law than most potential jurors will have, are you willing to follow the instructions that I give you and not base your determination of what the outcome of this case is based on your understanding of the law?
Yes, it's my first semester, so yes, for sure.
All right. And you want to be a juror in this case?
Can you repeat that?
You want to be a juror in this case?
Yes.
All right. You think you're going to be a great juror, right?
I hope so, yes.
You'll be fair and impartial?
Yes.
You'll keep an open mind?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything that the attorneys or I should know about you that might impact on your duty to be a juror here?
Nothing that I can think of.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now the attorneys get a chance to ask questions.
Great.
And I
Thank you.
apologize for the confusion initially on questionnaires. We have so many of them.
No worries, thanks.
Okay, counsel?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm Paul Eng with Earl Grey, Amanda Montgomery, Officer Potter. I've got a few questions for you, and then my colleague from the state will follow, and then we'll make a decision. How's that? Okay. Where are you in law school? What law school?
I go to Mitchell Hamlin.
Are you in the 4-year program or 3-year?
I'm in the 4-year part-time blended program.
So you can keep your municipal job and keep the cash flowing.
You're correct, yep.
Well, we've got your detailed questionnaire. I had a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Okay. It seems like you have a fairly good memory of this incident, at least on the first page. How many times did you watch the videotape of this, if you recall?
I believe I briefly watched parts one time, but most of the information from the first page is through news headlines and stories.
And when you wrote this up, did you kind of review some news stories, or did you go from your memory?
It's just from my best memory.
You indicate that you've talked to other people about Mr. Wright's death. You say yes. And you indicated that you shared opinion that it's a very devastating incident. I think we can all agree to that.
Yep.
Although I have no understanding of the complete facts or testimony, it's fairly apparent that a mistake was made given that the officer yelled taser and discharged the wrong weapon. That's your memory of what you saw?
Correct.
Okay. You are interested in police reform, however. And the question I wanted to ask you about is number 3 from page 6. Have you or someone close to you ever helped, support, or advocated in favor of or against police reform? If yes, please explain. And you say, and I'll quote just to help you remember what you said, yes, I've been an active supporter of police reform and shared thoughts on social media. Tell me about your thoughts on police reform.
Yeah,
In
that's
a paragraph or less.
okay. Sounds good. I would say that since my undergraduate degree, I've been interested in criminal justice reform, and I think more fairly than police reform, I think the entire criminal justice system. I'm interested in just equity of all different types being represented in the many government systems that we have, and as a public service employee, I think that's part of my role, is to see how we can do a better job of making sure we have equity across all of the different government systems we have, including in police departments. I think police reform looks very different depending on the police department.
Well, tell me what your ideas for police reform are.
Yeah, I think there could be different allocation of resources and maybe more partnerships with community engagement efforts. And I think, again, every police department is different from my understanding, so it just depends on which organization.
And what steps have you made for police reform where you work?
So don't think I can name my
I don't
place
want you
of
to name
employment.
where you work. No.
Sure. So I think the current organization which I work with is a leader in looking at police departments and the ways that they can integrate with the community in a very safe and effective manner. So I have personally not taken any steps.
Have you suggested steps?
I have not suggested steps.
where was your political science degree from? What college?
North Dakota State University in Fargo.
On page 7, there were a bunch of questions where you either strongly disagreed or strongly agreed, strongly disagreed. I had a couple questions for you. One of the questions is, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on duty. And you say, I somewhat disagree. Tell me why you said that.
I think that because of the degree and the consequences that can come from their responsibilities, that just having a blanket statement that says we can never disagree with questioning decisions or actions, I feel is somewhat unfair. Granted, I'm not an expert in the operations of a police officer.
Okay. Then you have one question here that black people and other minorities do not receive equal treatment to whites in the criminal justice system. You strongly disagree. That's still your answer?
I'm not sure if it's a strong disagreement, but I think there's a disagreement there.
Well, let me ask you this. It's, Officer Potter's white, of course, and Mr. Wright is black, and will that racial dynamic make a difference to you as you, if you're chosen, look at this case? I mean, you've got this wealth of experience and feeling for police reform and have thought deeply about it. Will that make a difference to you as you view the evidence?
No, I think police reform is a different matter to discuss, at least personally for me, in regard to deciding the facts of a case. I think there's a very important distinguishment between opinions and facts, and the job of a juror is to look at the facts brought before them.
On firearms, though, you have strong feelings. You believe in background checks and mandatory checks for all of those things.
Correct.
And you believe in the permitting process, too?
Correct.
As necessary. Then you have on page 9, I want to ask you this. The question was, for your memory's sake, how favorable or unfavorable are you about Blue Lives Matter? You say, I'm somewhat unfavorable. And then you say, here's your answer, if I may read it to you just to refresh your memory. Blue lives, in my opinion, are not relevant. Police choose to put on their uniform, but more importantly, underlying more, they can take it off at the end of the day. Tell me what you meant by that.
Yes, so I was contrasting Blue Lives Matter to Black Lives Matter, which I believe is a question on the same page.
Right.
And I think that the Blue Lives Matter organization, while it's a relevant organization for people to share their feelings, especially those that are involved in law enforcement, by meaning that, more importantly, that at the end of the day they can take it off. The Blue Lives, being a cop, is a profession that they don't have to carry with them at all times, versus being a person of color is not something that you can necessarily remove from yourself at the end of your shift, or when you go home to your family, or when you're grocery shopping, etc.
Okay. Then we have a section here, I'm almost through. Appreciate your patience. We have opinions regarding the justice system, and you've kind of touched on this a little bit too. You're somewhat critical of the plea bargaining system. You want it to be more transparent. Well, tell me. The question is, do you believe the jury system in this country is fair? Why don't you tell me what your answer is now? 3 months after you read this, and now you waited all day to see us too.
Yes, so my opinion of the jury system is that that is a constitutional right, and that it's something that a lot of people in the criminal justice system don't necessarily get to experience because of the plea bargains and things that happen. But I do believe that juries, and this is a new process for me to be educated on, but I do believe that juries are made up of humans, and humans have biases, and they're human, right? So it's not a completely scientific system approving guilt or not guilt.
So it's a complicated question to answer, basically.
It is.
A lot of levels to it.
Yes.
Okay. Couple more questions. Well, you've got a tremendous amount of thought in your questionnaire, which we all appreciate. I mean, you understand that our job here is rather narrow at this point.
Yes.
Well, turning back to one last question, I touched on this, a supporter of police reform and shared your thoughts on social media. You have social media presence, do you not?
I do.
Have you made comments about various police cases on your social media accounts?
Yes, not this case, others.
And you've made comments that I think could be construed as unfavorable to the police. Fair?
I guess I would need a reference of which comments you're referring to.
Well, I don't want to read them to you, but I've reviewed them.
Sure.
And you've made a number of comments that could be construed, at least in my reading of them. I may be wrong. This is why I'm asking you. That would be not favoring the police and being celebratory about convictions about police in criminal cases. Fair?
I think that's unfair. I think that my comments that have been made on social media have been specific to each case that I've chosen to speak on. I don't think it's ever been generalized towards the entire police system. And in fact, because of my professional experience and my proximity to them, I think that would be a red flag to my employer. But I would say that for the comments that you're likely referring to on my social media, those were specific to the case of which I referenced.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
Well, thanks a lot for talking to me. The defense does exercise a peremptory challenge.
Thank you so much. And you're excused from this jury. All right. Good luck. Okay, I think we're ready. Oh, excuse me. Remind me to put on the record, what the reason for my ruling. Okay. How are you, Miss 48?
Good.
Okay. You may remove your mask.
Okay. Good.
Okay. All right. Just a couple follow-up questions. Thanks for filling out this rather lengthy questionnaire. We find that it makes jury selection go a lot faster, even though it was probably a pain to fill out. Okay, in response to one of the questions, you stated that you had an opinion that Dante should not have died for something like an expired tab. The result didn't match the presumed crime.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I guess we need to know, it's fine to have opinions. What we need to know is whether you're able to press the restart button and listen only to the evidence that's presented in this case and the instructions that I give you in making the decision on whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you do that?
Yes, I can listen to the facts and ignore my opinion.
Okay, so that restart button, you can start without any difficulty.
Yes, I can.
Okay. You stated that a close friend of yours or yourself has some connection with the law. Can you tell me what that involves? Your answer was that I worked as an administrator at a patent firm?
Yes.
Okay, that was you, right?
In the early 2000s, I worked as an office admin for a patent and trademark firm.
Okay. Did they do any criminal law at all?
No, they did international patent and trademarks.
Okay. And you have a close friend that works in the area of law?
Lawyers.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any criminal lawyers?
Not in this state?
Okay. In other states?
Yes.
Okay. Were they defense lawyers or prosecutors?
Both. Different people would apply to both categories. So I've known some public defenders and some state.
Okay.
On the state side.
Is there any reason why you'd be leaning toward the prosecution or the defense as a result of those friendships?
No, because they're not here.
Okay. All right. You also mentioned that your cousin's girlfriend works in some investigative unit in St. Paul.
Yes.
What is her position? And she's an investigator, right?
I believe so. I don't. I gave the fullest explanation of the knowledge that I have.
All right. Is she working for a law firm? Do you know?
No. It's someone's described me the computer on CSI. She's that person, so it's not a computer looking it up. It's like this person doing all the research and looking at stuff.
Okay, gotcha. to be a juror in this case if you're chosen by the parties, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And if you're selected as a juror, you'll be neutral, open-minded, and fair?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything that you think the attorneys or I should know about you in deciding whether you should be a juror?
Not anything that I can think of, no.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, 48.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the questionnaire and touching on your qualifications as a juror. As you know, I represent Kim Potter along with Paul Lang and Amanda Montgomery.
Yes.
And the reason we do this is the fact that we do not know anything about you, and what we do know is in this questionnaire. And the questionnaire doesn't really tell us a lot either. A lot of questions, but some of the questions raise other questions. So bear with me. With respect to what you saw on the incident, you recited, what do you know about this case from media reports? And then you gave a little history of what you saw regarding my client, Kim Potter, when she was a police officer, and Dante Wright. Would you be able to take that outside the courtroom and leave it there and listen to what you hear in here and what you see in here and rely on that evidence and not this media rush that you saw when this thing happened?
Yes, I would be able to ignore, the media is the media, the court is what we're doing here. The court decides, not the media.
Okay. And in the next page, you write a few represented to the public. And one of these is, Dante should not have died for something like expired tabs. The result didn't match the presumed crime. Well, I think, can you block that aside, that he was killed for expired tabs, and rely on what you hear in this courtroom?
Yes, sir, I can.
Keep that out of here and don't even compare it with what you hear.
That was
that's out there.
out the door, yes.
All right. I have a question. You say that you attended a rally at the Minnesota Ice Center near the airport. Could you tell me what the Ice Center is? I'm not familiar with it.
Immigration and Customs.
Okay.
Those folks?
What kind of rally did you attend?
It was, and pardon me, I looked up the date, so if it's on the sheet, that's where it is, but protesting of children being in cages at the border.
Oh, okay. All right. I looked up, you have podcasts here that you watch. You remember putting those down?
Yeah, probably.
And one of them was Tights and Fights.
Yes.
And
That's
I watched part of that.
Professional wrestling
Right.
podcast, yes.
And there's another one here, One Bad Mother. What's that about?
It's about a little bit of reality in parenting.
Okay.
So
And
there may be swears.
since you have
kids.
you have two young children, I suppose that one
Yes, sir.
that you watch quite well.
Yes.
Another answer to a question about people have put up yard signs and posted on social media. That question was about, have you or someone close to you ever helped support or advocated in favor or against police reform? And you say people, is that your neighbors or somebody?
My neighbors, my friends on social media, my friends in real life. I've seen a lot of it.
Have you posted any of that yourself? You have a yard sign in your yard?
I do not have any yard signs
No
now.
yard sign? Any bumper stickers?
One referencing Doctor Who.
Okay. I don't think I'm concerned with that one.
Okay.
And Also, have you ever been you or someone close to you, ever been the victim of a crime where the police were called? And you say yes. And then you've got after accidents and after robberies,
Yes.
break-ins.
Yes.
Let's start with the accidents.
Car accidents. So my sister was involved in a car accident. I saw it. I called the police.
Okay. And were you satisfied with that?
Yes.
Okay, because you have neutral here.
Yeah, I would just, everyone did what they were supposed to. There was no issues.
All right. And what about the robbery break-ins? Have you experienced robberies yourself?
My neighbor did. I saw they had a trailer in their backyard, and then one day I came and the trailer door was open. So I tried knocking on their door and they weren't home. So in order to alleviate that situation, because it clearly looked like it had been pried open, I did call the police in reference to that.
And did they show up?
I didn't see them, but my neighbor said that they eventually got in contact with him.
Okay. So you did not have much to do with that then?
No, not really.
And that's why you're somewhat satisfied? No, excuse me. You have ex-neutral.
Yeah, functioning as expected.
Now we go to the graph that we have in this questionnaire, and the one question I want to ask you about and see if you remember answering it. Some of these questions, I didn't draw this up. Somebody with more power than me did. And some of these questions are a little bit confusing. And one of the questions, police in my community make me feel safe. Remember answering that question?
No.
Okay, well, what is on the paper is 2, and 2 says somewhat disagree. Do you disagree with that the police in your community do not make you feel safe?
I guess it's not like I don't see a police officer and go, oh, I'm safe, and just kind of, I don't know, I guess I'm just nervous around anybody in authority sometimes.
Okay.
It could be a personal feeling more than a...
Have you had any bad experiences with police officers?
No.
All right. Anybody close to you ever had a bad experience with a police officer?
No.
Okay. So it's just your own personal feelings when you're around somebody of authority.
I don't feel safe next to a firefighter, necessarily, if that's an analogy.
A school teacher? All right. So you grew up on a farm?
Yes, sir.
And you don't need to tell me, in this state, other state?
Other state.
Okay. And you... When you were working, what was your employment?
IT project manager.
What does that mean?
Information technology project manager. So I did project management for computer firms or tech companies.
So you have a computer background?
Yes, sir.
You have 2 young children, 6 and 5?
Yes.
And your last answer in the questionnaire, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You said yes.
Yes.
And you said, I have never been a juror, and I want to do my civic duty. Doesn't matter what the case is, just want to serve.
Yes, sir.
Now you have a familiarity with what this case is. Do you still want to serve?
Yes.
Okay. Be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Yes, I will.
And what that means is that you wait until all of the evidence is in, including the evidence we will present on behalf of Ms. Potter. And then after you hear the judge's instructions on the law and reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence, you then, relying on the law and the evidence you believe, you come to a conclusion. Can you do that?
Yes, I can.
And you can do that fairly?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. have one more question.
Okay.
You were an election judge,
Yes, sir.
and how do you do that? What's that about? How do
I
you do that? What's that about?
work with the city, work through the city, and facilitate running of elections. So this year was a head judge, and I ran a precinct within the city of Minneapolis.
Okay. And you did that, were you employed or a civic duty? Did you-
Employed.
Employed?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's all. We'll pass the jury, Your Honor.
Mr. Green? Let's do this and ask questions.
Good afternoon. Juror 48. So I apologize for being somewhat impersonal. It's just the way we're doing it in this case, so sorry about that. But you grew up on a farm, had some guns around the farm, it sounds like.
Yes.
A lot of times those are for, shall we say, pest control?
And hunting.
And so it was more than that, okay. And did you yourself use them for hunting?
No, I did not.
Okay. So it was more of just that they were around. Well, and I guess the easier way to ask this is, what was your experience handling them? Did you have much?
Very little, just no interest. So I would carry if someone asked me to carry a gun for them, or just kind of rudimentary tasks. Nothing, not like loading or unloading, just kind of around them and maybe carrying them.
And your dad did some of that teaching?
Yes.
And so was he an avid hunter?
Yes, he was.
Other members of your family avid?
Yes.
Bear with me too a little bit, because coming third in line means a lot of my questions have already been asked, and I
Quite all right.
just take a moment rather than re-asking. If that's all right. You had two grandfathers in the military.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to them much about their experience in the military?
Not much, as World War II, and I was a lot younger, so it was pretty broad strokes and that kind of thing.
Not a big part of your life in that sense, or you knew a lot about it?
I knew the basics, but I didn't know details.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that your grandparents were not a big part of your life, but their military service wasn't a big part of your relationship. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Your cousin's girlfriend, so, doing some kind of investigative function
Yep.
in St. Paul, is it related to like a forensic lab, or is it more like police investigative work? Is that...
I really wish I would have researched this more.
You've actually just answered my question.
My lack of knowledge, I've given all the information I have on the subject.
And as I asked the question, I realized, is this where she said that I already wrote down everything I know about it? So is that's
Yes.
okay.
Yes, sir.
So that then it answers my question that this isn't something that you and her talk about a lot, or no difficulty setting that fact aside from what you hear in this
That
case.
would be no issue.
And it sounds like you've got two kids at home, but as long as you get some notice, no problem covering for that.
Correct.
If you can excuse me for just a second, Your Honor, may I have a moment, please? Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. We have no further questions. We pass the juror.
You will be a juror in this case, okay? We still expect to start on December 8th, but we may start earlier. You'll get a call from the jury office telling you when we're going to start, what time, and where to report. Okay? So have a great evening, and thank you for coming.
You too.
Council, we're going to be taking a break, but before we do, I want to deal with the Batson challenge that was made by the state to juror number 46. The defense exercised one of their preemptory challenges to 46. She was a young Asian female. Under Rule 2602, Subdivision 6, the party making the objection, the state in this case, must make a prima facie showing that the responding party, the defense, exercise its peremptory challenge on the basis of race or gender. I found that no prima facie case of the challenge being made on the basis of race or gender was made out by the state. I should note that we already have 2 Asian jurors on this case. Okay, we're going to take a 20-minute break. Okay, just so I don't screw this up, are we on 51? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Frank. I did it twice in a row. Okay, thank you, Debbie. Hello, Ms. 51. Please have a seat. Okay, you may remove your mask. Okay. First of all, thank you for filling out that lengthy questionnaire. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. All right. I know it's been a long time since you've filled this out, so I'll remind you about what you said if you don't remember. On the questionnaire, you stated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, and you expressed some opinions that she should have known this and should have done that. And you've also expressed the general impression that you had of Dante Wright, which was somewhat negative as well. And, you know, that's perfectly fine. You also have some opinions on whether her actions were careless, whether he should have ran and disrespected police officers. And, you know, that's just fine to have opinions like that. But my question is, can you press the restart button and listen only to the evidence that's presented in this case and the instructions of law that I give you, and base your decision on whether or not the state has proven Ms. Potter guilty or not guilty, based solely on that and not on any general impressions that you had before?
Yeah, I believe I can.
Okay. Can you give me more affirmative answer?
Yes. So one part of the questionnaire, I remember that question. I remember it asking that, and what it comes down to for me is I wasn't there. Like, I didn't see everything that happened. I didn't see his actions or hers. So I'm in a position now where I can hear more and, you know, learn more based on, like, the actual evidence, actually what happened that day.
Okay.
From people that know a lot more about the situation than I do. So I think I can base my opinion, or base what I think about what happened that day on what I hear here, as opposed to what may have been in the media back then.
Okay, very good. So open-minded.
Right.
And
right.
You'll listen to all the evidence before you make up your mind.
Right. I need to hear all sides before I really make up my mind about a person, regardless of what's going on or what I think may have happened that day.
Okay, very good. Thank you. It's interesting that your brother-in-law is in the National Guard and he was on protection during the Derek Chauvin trial. What was his position? Was he, do you know if he was outside the courthouse or inside, or?
He was outside. He was not inside the courthouse.
Okay. And what did he tell you about his experience, if anything, while that was going on?
He said it was really strange because he would go from being yelled at, basically, just because people were angry at that trial, to going inside where people were very respectful towards him and thankful that he was there. So it was sort of, like when they would serve him lunch and there were people that were volunteering to do that. And he's like, it was just such a bizarre experience because he got to see the people that were there that were grateful that he was there. And then also the other side where people were very angry.
Okay. Is that going to affect your, does that make you lean one way or the other on this case?
No.
Having discussed that with him.
Because his experience was positive on one end and negative on one end. And he didn't talk about it a whole lot. It was just more or less that it was, I think the only thing that it drove home for me was that it's a little scary thinking about being part of, even just as a juror in a trial like that. So.
Okay. How do you feel about being a juror in this case?
A little scared, but I mean, it's just, I think there's a lot of polarization right now, and that part of it scares me because there's people that are very extreme on both sides. So.
Okay. When you say you're scared, can you elaborate on that a little?
I guess one of the things I was concerned about was like it's being televised. Like are people going to know that I was a juror here? And is that going to cause them to be either angry at me or feel like they need to voice their opinion about things? And I guess that was a major thing I was worried about. I just didn't know that I wasn't going to be on camera. And I guess that was more what I was worried about. I don't want that.
I want to assure you that you will not be on camera. You're not on camera now, and you won't be on camera during the trial if you're chosen as a juror. Okay? Absolutely. I ordered that, and no one's going to violate my order on that.
Okay.
Let's talk about your concerns about your identity being public. Will you make your decision based on the evidence and not on any reaction you think that the community might have to your verdict, whether it's guilty or not guilty?
I think that it wouldn't be right for me to base my decision on what other people think because they weren't there, and they're also not going to be in this room. So it's, I don't know, my sense of fairness wouldn't allow me to do that.
You told us that you have been a victim of a crime where police were called, and it was a welfare check where your brother-in-law threatened people in your family?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was your reaction to how the police responded? Were you satisfied with the way they responded?
Yeah, they responded quickly, and their major concern was for the safety of my sister and her family.
Okay. And was your brother-in-law arrested, or what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And was he charged with any crimes? And if so, do you think that justice was done?
That would still be pending, I believe. But no, at this point he hasn't been yet.
Okay. Okay, you stated that you have friends who are police officers. And that's why you know someone that's been shocked or stunned by a taser. You remember in the beginning I was asking you about police officers and whether or not you could evaluate and determine whether a police officer was credible, and you wouldn't give more credence to a police officer's testimony nor discount a police officer's testimony just because they are in law enforcement.
Right.
So you would use the guidelines that I gave you to determine credibility.
Right.
Okay.
Police officers are still people.
Yeah, okay. Good answer. And the fact that you are friends with the police officer isn't going to make you believe them more than other witnesses, will it?
No.
Okay. Your sister went to law school. Is she practicing law?
No, she worked as a law clerk for a while. She's taken the bar exam a couple of times, but not in this state.
Okay. And your maybe this is the same sister, works for Wright County Sheriff's Office.
No, it's a different sister.
Okay. And what does your sister that works for Wright County, the Sheriff's Office, do?
She works on like police vehicles and just sort of like their supplies, hats, gloves, electronics. She makes sure that the cars are having everything that they need in them for them to do
Okay,
their jobs.
gotcha. And you have a degree in criminal justice.
Right.
Okay. When did you get that degree?
Oh gosh, when was that? I want to say 2008.
Okay. And your degree emphasized forensic science. Can you explain what you're kind of an expert at?
So it focused on forensic science, where it was like crime scene analysis, so like the appropriate way to approach a crime scene, chain of evidence, that kind of stuff. It went into the importance of that as far as like legal standards go, but yeah, it was more or less, I kind of focused in more on the biology aspect of it because I have a biology degree as well. So.
Okay, so can you explain the biology aspect of it?
So studying bugs, rate of decay, and sort of how that applies to like a crime scene. So like if there's a dead body there, like how to approach that and the appropriate way to store that evidence and the appropriate way to analyze it, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. There's probably going to be evidence of that sort in this case. Would you be able to rely on the evidence on that subject in this case and not what you learned in school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's not in evidence in this case, you can not fill in the blanks with what you learned. Okay. You wouldn't do that,
no,
right?
No, I would not do
okay.
that. No.
You stated that your uncle and aunt were robbed while on vacation. When did that happen, and did they call the police?
That happened, gosh, I want to say probably about 10 years ago. They did call the police, and the police came and I believe interviewed the neighbors and such just to kind of get an idea of how this happened.
Okay. Did they express to you any dissatisfaction with how the police handled it?
No, it was more frustration at the situation because there was really no way they were going to get everything back.
Okay, and the culprit was never found, right?
No, not as far as I know.
Okay. And you served on a criminal case before.
Yes.
It was a alleged drug, it was a drug offense.
Right.
How did you find the experience being a juror?
It was enlightening, I'll say that. I'd never been through a criminal trial before. But yeah, it was, I guess, interesting just to talk with the other people that were also on the jury and sort of get their viewpoint on things and sort of discuss it and come to a conclusion that way. So
Okay.
it was very cooperative, I would say.
All right. And you could see that talking with other jurors helped you make a decision?
Yeah.
Okay. The questionnaire asked, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that I instruct, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. The question on the questionnaire was, would you be able to follow this principle of law? And you said, I think so.
Right.
Okay. I need something more either positive or negative. You know, a lot of times I've noticed this when I've been going through these questionnaires. I mean, there's a Minnesota way of saying yes and a Minnesota way of saying no.
It's not very decisive. But yeah.
So, can you answer that question one way or the other?
You know, you explained it today, and sometimes reading it on a sheet of paper versus somebody explaining it to you is very different. So, yes, I can decide based on the law and based on what I hear in the courtroom.
Okay. On whether you could serve, your answer to the question on the questionnaire is, my bank is going through an acquisition and I am in a leadership position.
Right.
How is that acquisition going? And
it's going well. The biggest concern I had, because I'm in a leadership position for a team, that I wouldn't be there to help them through training and do stuff like that. There was a lot up in the air when I answered all of these questions, and now things are a lot more stable. So I just didn't know where everything was going to be. Those acquisitions always go on for so long, years even, and sometimes the instability lasts for a long time.
Okay, so your concern really has lessened.
Yes, it has.
All right. And would that acquisition prevent you from concentrating, or, you know, the training that you have to do, would that prevent you from concentrating on the evidence here?
No.
Okay.
No.
And you're willing to serve as a juror here if selected?
Yes.
Okay. I don't mean to get real personal, but you have a severe gluten allergy.
Yes.
And so if you were selected as a juror, we would make sure that you would get a gluten-free lunch.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that would be possible. Yes, my law clerk says yes.
Okay, good.
All right. One question is there any reason that you could not be a fair and impartial juror in this case? And please explain. And you said, not at this time. What did you mean by that?
So as hard as you try sometimes to avoid reading stuff about a certain trial or hearing things in the media, I mean, social media is sometimes the worst. When I was filling out that questionnaire, it was far enough in advance because I read also the letter where it's like, oh, you'll hear something at the end of November, and I'm like, well, that's months away, and I don't know, like, am I going to hear something? Is something else going to happen in that period of time that could influence me? It was just hard for me to put a definitive answer there, but as it stands right now, no.
Okay, great. You indicated that you didn't want your information to be compromised or released as a result of this. What were you referring to?
So I guess I was concerned too that, there was something, I wanted to say it was in the more recent letter we got to, that said that certain things after the trial was over would become public. And I guess I didn't know what all of that meant. Does that mean that my name would become public? Will they know? Because, I mean, they at least know the county I live in. And I work in fraud, so like having my name out there and potentially having any sort of, I guess, negative ramifications from doing this, that was the biggest thing I was worried about.
Okay. Do you want to serve as a juror in this case?
I mean, I guess I will if it's needed, but if I had a choice right now whether or not I had to, I would say no.
Okay, but you're willing to serve if
Yes.
if the parties pick you as a juror.
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that at the time that you filled out the questionnaire, you stated a concern that if the trial doesn't go a certain way, you would be targeted. Now, I guess my question is, this concern that you have, will that affect your decision on whether or not you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Knowing what I know now, no.
Okay. Is there anything else that you think we should know about you?
No, not that I can think of at the moment, no.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Counsel.
Good afternoon. I'm Earl Gray, Paul Ann, Kim Potter, and Amanda Montgomery. We're the lawyers representing Kim Potter. The judge asked you many questions touching upon your qualifications and this questionnaire. I just have a few follow-ups on that.
Okay.
In your answer, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You put no, and now have you changed your mind?
If it comes to preference, I would prefer not to. But I like the legal system. I like how it functions, so I'm willing to serve.
All right. I'll back up to the question before that. Is there anything else the judge and attorney should know about you in relation to serving on this jury? I don't want my information to be compromised or released as a result of this. Mm-hmm. And then on the next question, 10, you say that I'll leave out parts of this, but you say that you're painfully aware of how easily computers can be hacked and information compromised. I get that this is a voluntary service, as I stated earlier, this is an emotionally charged issue, and the public will be following it closely. And that's the way you felt back then, and you still feel that way?
I still think the issue is emotionally charged for people, if that's your question.
No, the question is on computers being hacked and your name being out there.
Right. That is something I'm still concerned about.
Okay. And that, as I understand it, and maybe the court will correct me, at some point in time in the future, not right away, but sometime after the trial is over, I believe the media requires that the jurors be disclosed. Are you aware of that?
I was after I got the more recent letter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, does that cause you any hesitation? And the reason, I'll back up. The reason I'm asking this is because obviously, if our client is found guilty, that's one thing. But if our client is found not guilty, there might be a substantial concern in the streets. And
Counsel, sorry, please. Okay, you may continue, Mr. Gray.
Thank you. In the questionnaire, you mentioned that you had some contact with the police. Have you or someone close to you ever been arrested for a crime? And you put yes. Remember that question?
Yes.
Okay. And if yes, how did the police handle the arrest? And you checked they acted unprofessionally. Do you recall that answer?
They acted unprofessionally?
That's what it says. You check that box.
Yes. Yes, I remember that. Yeah, it was one scenario. Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking you about it, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so it was a cousin of mine. It was a stupid prank she and her friends were doing. They were mooning their friends, or who they thought were their friends, in a car in front of them. And it actually happened to be a police car, and they pulled her over, and he called for backup and decided to basically surround her. There was a large police presence there for a dumb prank, and I thought in that scenario he reacted a little too strongly.
Okay, and were you there?
No, I was not.
Was it reported to you at some later date?
Yes.
Above that, or excuse me, the next page, on page 6, question 1, you're asked about the defendant, Kimberly Potter, was an officer for Brooklyn Center Police Department. Is there anything about her employment with BCPD that would prevent you from rendering a fair and impartial verdict in this case? And what you say is, I tend to have sympathy for the police in that area because a friend of mine told me about the lack of support they get. He quit working for them because of that. Let's go back to in that area. What did you mean by in that area?
Brooklyn Center, sort of the suburbs of the Twin Cities.
Can you speak up into the mic? Thank you.
The suburbs of the Twin Cities, like Brooklyn Center, Maple Grove, that kind of area. That's where he worked. And he said that he didn't get a lot of support when he was there. So there was a time where he was sent out on a call by himself, and he left because of that. He didn't feel safe doing his job.
Because of the police department?
Yeah, he felt he didn't have the support he needed.
Then finally, question 5 on page 13. Under our system of justice, the defendant has the right to remain silent. And if she exercises that right, her silence is not to be used against her. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? And you have a criminal justice background, do you not?
Yes.
And you learned that back then that you have a right to remain silent and nothing can be held against you, is that right?
That's right.
But you answer, this would be hard. I would wonder what she's hiding. What did you mean by that?
It would be hard. I guess it's the one thing that I always wonder, if the person who's being tried chooses not to speak. I always wonder why. Are they hiding something? Is it something where they feel it's best not to speak, and let the evidence speak for itself? I would wonder why.
Well, when a judge instructs at the end of the case where a defendant has not testified, you're told that that's not to enter your mind.
No.
Pardon
But,
me?
yeah, I mean, at this point, I haven't heard anything else.
Well, would you be able to follow the court's instruction?
Yes.
If she, no?
Yes, I would be able to
You
follow
would be
the
able
court's
to?
instructions.
So
Yes.
this answer is incorrect in the questionnaire?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have. Give us a minute. We'll exercise a preempt, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you so much for coming today, and thank you for all your answers and filling out the questionnaire. You're excused from this jury, all right? Have a good evening. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Deputy. Hello, Ms. 52. Thank you for being so patient. I know you've been waiting a while. Will you please remove your mask? Thank you. Okay, I appreciate you taking the time to fill out your questionnaire. I want to talk to you about some of your answers. In response to the question of whether you had a general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, you said very negative. And do you remember your answer that one of your close friends has been interrogated by Ms. Potter? Can you tell me about what you know about that, and were you there when your friend was questioned?
So I was not there, but it was part of a hit and run. It was actually that my friend was in pain, sitting in the back of a car, and this other girl was with us, and she was driving. She did not have a driver's license, so she ran a stop sign, hit a car, and they just went. Later that day, she gets a call from a detective, and I'm assuming that it's from Detective Potter. And so the police went to their apartment, and instead of interrogating my friend about...
Can I back up a minute?
Okay.
Okay, your friend was in a car that was hit by a car.
No. They were that car that she owned or was driving was the one that hit the other car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then they drove away.
Yeah.
Your friend or whoever was driving your friend's car drove away. Okay.
And so while they're at the apartment, Detective Potter was there and speaking to my friend. And instead of interrogating her about the hit and run, she was interrogating her about her boyfriend, who is black. So I don't, and he was not even part of there. He was not part of the situation. He was just, I think he was doing a job. He was at his work or something.
Oh, what type of questions was she allegedly asking about her boyfriend?
Oh, I guess there wasn't more questions about the boyfriend. It was more, it was more interrogating for of why would you be with a guy like that? He's a bad influence for you.
Oh, I get it. Okay. And your friend is black, or what race?
She is mixed. She's Native American, black, she's white, but she's very light skinned, and she has kind of a blondish hair as she dyed it. So she looks white.
Okay. And she related to you that Officer Potter asked her or told her that she shouldn't be with her boyfriend because he was a bad influence?
Because
he was black?
Because he was black and because he was a bad influence. And that he would be a bad influence to her.
Okay. And this is what she told you. You were not there at the time.
I was not there, but this is what she told me. When she found out that it was Detective Potter about this case, she confronted me, and she's just like, "Hey, so I've had personal experience with this person."
When did she tell you this?
This would have been. When she told me this would have been about May this year.
Okay. And you're really close to this friend of
Yes.
yours? Okay. And I take it that you believed what your friend told you?
Yes.
And how do you feel about what she told you?
Well, I completely trust her. I don't think she would ever lie to me about this. So I felt very bothered by it because I know her boyfriend. We were friends and everything. So to hear that, it was just very bothersome.
Okay. I think you mentioned that Detective Potter said that the boyfriend was a bad influence. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. What else did she say, if anything, about the boyfriend being a bad influence?
I think all she said is that it was probably of the line of the hit and run, so it was your fault. He's probably he's a bad influence on you. This is what happened now.
Okay. Was he driving the car at the time?
He was not there at all.
Okay. All right. Of course, I need to ask you this. Given what your friend told you, are you going to be able to set that aside, what your friend told you, and listen to the evidence in this case and base your decision on whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt based solely on the evidence?
So I feel like I've had personal issues with the police, as in the police have murdered my uncle, and they just haven't treated my family right. So it's very hard to put that aside. I personally do not think I should be a part of this jury because I know that what had happened was 3 blocks from where I used to live, and it's very hard to hear.
Okay. So you don't feel like you can be a fair and impartial juror?
Not in this one.
Okay. Counsel? Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for filling out the questionnaire and being so honest here. So, you're excused from this jury?
Thank you.
All right. Have a good evening. Okay, 1 second. Okay, the juror was excused for cause. There was no objection by the state or the defense. And I think the reason for her being struck for cause are obvious. She said that she couldn't be fair and impartial. Okay, Deputy, I think we're ready for the next. It's 52, I believe, right?
55.
Oh, 55. Oh, 52? It's not 52? That was 52. Okay, thanks, guys. I'm just getting kind of tired here. Hello, Mr. 55. How are you?
Sure.
Yes, please. And would you please remove your mask? The culprits found?
No. Not that we know of.
Okay. And were you satisfied with how the police responded?
So I wasn't there for that response. I showed up after. I had COVID at the time, so
Okay.
I couldn't be part of that. I ended up showing up right afterwards. My wife and I don't live together. We're in different houses, so I showed up after they had dealt with the police. So I don't know how that process went.
Okay. Were either of them hurt?
Yes.
Okay. Physical injuries?
Yes.
And were they serious physical injuries?
My wife was pistol whipped, so I consider that serious.
Okay. How many people were involved?
4.
And can I ask, do you know
4,
what?
Sorry.
Do you know how old they were or what their
Young
race
men.
was?
20s.
Do you know what their race was?
They were, I believe, either Hispanic or African American.
Okay.
They were lighter brown skinned, if I remember correctly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
They're either African American or Hispanic.
Okay.
Not 100% sure. That I'd have to ask my wife.
Will that incident affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
It won't affect it, no.
Okay. So you were in the Navy.
Yes.
Okay, and you've been shocked or stunned by a taser?
Yeah, it was super fun.
Oh, just for fun?
No, it was super fun, I said.
Okay.
No, it was part of Gate Force training.
All right. There's going to be testimony about tasers in this case. Will you rely on what the evidence is in this case in forming any opinions on tasers
Yes.
rather than what you learned while being in the Navy?
Absolutely. The technology has changed so much. It's 20 years ago.
All right, great. You stated that you're a former wilderness first responder certified. Can you tell me what that is?
Boy Scouts.
Oh, you were
So
a Boy
I was-
Scout.
I was a scout leader.
Okay.
So that was a certification for backcountry backpacking.
All right. Are you still
No, no.
doing that?
No.
Okay.
That was done 7-8 years ago. So
That must have been an interesting experience with
It was a good
bunch of kids out in the wilderness, huh?
Yep.
Now, you were accused of a very minor driving misdemeanor of driving after suspension. Do you have any complaints about how the justice system treated you on that?
No.
Okay. And do you have any complaints about how the police reacted to that?
No.
Okay. Okay, you were a volunteer of the year in 2007 for the Minneapolis Park System. What were your duties when you were...
My wife and I started the flag football program for Minneapolis Park System.
The what program?
The flag football program.
Oh, okay.
So instead of putting kids in tackle equipment when they're in 3rd grade, we felt it was smarter to have them learn the fundamentals and
Right. Sounds like
instead of
you've
getting,
been
brain injuries.
Yeah, it sounds like you volunteered a lot to work with kids.
It was fun.
All right, I need to ask you about this. Minnesota Armored Combat Medieval Steel Fighting. Can you
Yes.
tell me about that?
I put on steel armor and pick up steel weapons and hit my friends with them.
Okay.
So it's a very fun time.
All right.
It's my Monday night football, so it's weird. So.
Okay, when you responded 2 months ago, you were asked whether you wanted to serve as a juror in this case, and you said you were not sure. Has your answer changed?
If I'm needed, I'll absolutely serve.
Okay.
So that's the way I'm looking at it.
All right.
So I
if
have
you-
a little bit of anxiety about serving, because I've never done it before.
Okay.
But that's just me. So
Well, you know, most of the people that we've had questions so far have never served on a jury. And I just want to tell you, and I'm telling you the truth honestly, I talk to jurors after they render a verdict, and every single one of them have told me they were glad they were able to serve as a juror, and that conferring with their fellow jurors in the deliberation room was really an enlightening experience, and that they all stepped away with a renewed respect for our justice system. So I just want you to know that it's something that you might want to look forward to. Okay. All right. So you are willing to serve if you're
yes,
picked by the parties.
I am. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that hasn't been asked that you think we should know about your ability to be fair and impartial to both sides in this type of a case?
Not that I can think of, no.
All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Hi there.
Again, my name is Paul Lang. I'm one of the lawyers for Officer Potter, Earl Gray, Amanda Montgomery, and I have a right to ask you certain questions, and then my colleagues for the state ask you some questions, and then the process will be completed.
Sure.
Okay. Where do you go for the steel weapons? This thing you described.
For practice or for fighting?
Why don't you tell me? You're the first person we've heard about this, so
Sure.
tell me about this.
Sure.
We'll get to
So
the nuts and grit.
we practice on Sundays for soft kit, every other Saturday in actual armor. Right now, a lot of our practices happen in my backyard because we don't have our own training facility, and we travel around the U.S. I have some guys that have fought internationally as well.
So you put on. Help me understand it, just for curiosity.
Sure.
I guess you put on the steel armor.
Yep.
And what do you fight with then?
I fight with an axe or a mace and a shield.
And what you try to hit each other with the axe, or what?
Yes, as hard as we can.
And then the steel stops it, of course.
Correct. The weapons are not sharp; they're blunted. So there are rules around what we do, legal strike zones, things like that. Like you can't hit the back of the knee, shouldn't strike the neck, things like that, because safety third. Little joke. But, yeah, it's in the weight of the weapons. There's limits on that as well. So.
Was it kind of like wrestling? You get in kind of a ring and do. I won't ask you
so
too much
we
more
get in a
about
big
this.
square, what we call a list, which is many yards wide and long, and we have teams. So it usually be like 5 versus 5, and it's the last person standing on a team that wins.
Okay.
And you do that over and over again and accumulate points, and then you find out who wins the whole competition.
Now, how did you get into this?
I like the Renaissance Fair, and I've worked out there for quite a while, and one of my coworkers was the captain for the team, and he's still on the team now. I'm the captain for the team. So,
were you one of the people that did the horses and
the what?
With the spears and the horses?
I do not joust. No.
Okay. All right.
I help sell medieval weapons out at Fest. So,
As a sidelight?
it's just fun. I do it for fun.
Well, tell us what you do. I saw that you were some kind of engineer, but I couldn't
Yeah,
tell what that meant.
Yeah, I'm a field systems engineer for a cybersecurity company. So it means I'm on the technical side of the sales process for selling things like firewalls and secure mail gateways, things like that.
And to make sure no one gets data that is jeopardized. Is that kind of what you're doing?
The idea is to keep my customers from getting hacked.
And how long have you been doing that?
1998 is when I started.
Did you get in that? Your work, and then I think you were in the Navy. Am I right about that?
I was, yes.
Did that kind of get you started in the area?
No, not at all. Navy was a completely different set of skills.
What did you do in the Navy?
So I was machinist mate 3rd class.
Which means for us?
Glorified plumber.
Okay.
So high pressure steam systems, things like that, and then I did gate security and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Mastered arms work. So.
All right. Well, let me get to this case then.
Sure.
You indicated that you didn't have any impressions of Officer Potter. That your feelings were neutral.
Correct.
Are you still there at the neutrality zone?
Yeah, I've done no research on it at all. So.
And since you got this questionnaire, you didn't you didn't do any
Nope.
searching intentionally.
Nope.
So I assume.
Potentially, yeah. I take the duty seriously. So.
And same thing for Mr. Wright, neutral.
Correct.
And you'll call it as you see it here.
Mm-hmm.
And be fair to both sides.
Correct.
You can presume her innocent.
Correct.
And make sure the state adheres to its burden.
Yep.
And if they don't, you'll call it as you see it.
Correct. Innocent until proven guilty, right?
Okay, right. That's correct. Okay. But you do say in question 6 on page 4, the situation seemed complex and stressful, and you'll leave it to the courts.
Correct.
And how did you come to that conclusion that it seemed complex and stressful?
I saw that a very short video clip when it first happened, and it looked like a lot of things were happening all at once.
Okay. How many times did you see that video?
Once.
Then the next page, I'm just going to ask you a couple questions here,
Sure.
just to amplify your answers. The question was, just for your memory, do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any demonstrations that have taken place in the Twin Cities in the last 2 years? Please explain. You say overall positive, putting critical eye on policy and procedure isn't a bad thing.
Correct.
Tell me more about that.
I think you always need to examine what your leaders and the people that enforce what your leaders are doing on a regular basis to have a good society. So having that critical eye on enforcement or government, etc., is a positive thing.
But you understand here you're not setting standards of conduct, you're just you're looking at the evidence and making a
Correct.
clinical decision. Okay. Then on the next page you say I've supported common sense reforms that benefit the community and law enforcement. Tell me what common sense reforms you have supported, if I may ask.
I think that responding to some situations with people trained in social work rather than police might be a smart thing for us to do. I'm not saying you need to get rid of the police force. I'm saying we need to augment what we have so that we can respond better to mental health situations and things like that.
Okay. And you understand here your decision is not what you would have done, but what happened, to evaluate what happened, of course.
Say that again?
Your job here, if you're picked, is not to decide what you would have done.
Correct.
But to figure out what happened.
Exactly.
And put together all the moving parts of this.
Yep.
Okay. Officer Potter's going to testify.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to wait in your evaluation of the evidence to hear what she has to say?
Yes.
And the other evidence that we will be presenting. So the state goes first, of course,
right.
But we have something to say about this, and we want to make sure you listen to us.
Yep.
No worries about that.
No.
I'm sorry about this carjacking, but I couldn't tell how long ago that was. If you told the judge, I apologize. How long ago was it?
It was March or April of 2020. Look at everything with a critical eye is kind of what that means.
And that's consistent with your background, too, as
Yep.
an engineer, right?
Yep.
So on the gun question, you got 2 shotguns, 2 rifles, 2 handguns, for starters?
It's 2 shotguns, 1 rifle, 2 handguns.
You're fully permitted, I assume, for all of these?
The permit's not required unless I'm carrying.
I'm sorry, the last?
I don't need a permit to own them, just
Okay.
to carry them.
Okay, got it. And you go target shooting, do you?
I have. I haven't gone shooting in probably 2 years.
And this, a couple more questions for you. This taser training that you took, were you actually shot?
Yeah, they tased us in the back.
And how long ago was that?
1989, 1990. It was a while. It was a long time ago.
And you indicated on the question about Blue Lives Matter that you're somewhat unfavorable. And you say, quotes, you can choose your vocation, you can't choose your skin color.
Correct.
And is that pretty self-explanatory?
I feel it is, yes.
And I'm curious about this wilderness responder certified. Was that in the boundary waters, or is that when you were in a different area of the country?
So that was for backcountry stuff for the Boy Scouts, right? It didn't matter where we were going. We had to have people that were certified. And I was one of the adults that got certified through American Red Cross. So that was primarily for a trip we did to Isle Royale. And so I don't know if you're familiar with Lake Superior and Isle Royale, but
right.
It's a very fun place to go.
So you backpacked one end and came back on the other one?
Yeah, we hiked the whole spine. It was fantastic. So.
And were you a scoutmaster in town here, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And you're no longer doing it?
Correct.
Kids grew out of it?
Yep.
Okay. Well, the bottom line here is we're just trying to find out a little bit about you and talk to you a little bit about your life. But the bottom line is whether you can be fair to Officer Potter, given your life experience and all that you know. And that's the penultimate question for us. Whether at the end of the day you can be fair to her. And only you know, and is it going to be yes or no for you?
Yes, I can be fair.
And you don't have any hesitation about that?
I do not.
Can you have just a moment?
Sure.
Well, thank you very much for talking to me. We pass this juror.
Mr. Frank?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Juror 55, I apologize for calling you by number, but that's just
fine.
The way the system's working. You're a very conversational person. I've enjoyed this. The interactions with you, but the court reporter's fingers are probably on fire right now because you have this very natural way of talking before one person finishes the answer. So I don't want to come off as rude, but I know we have to be a little careful not to do that as much.
I apologize.
No, it's very natural. Part of being a lawyer is sometimes having to remind people that the versus yes and that. So no problem at all. Just thought I might as well explain it up front so that if it comes up, you'll know why I raise it again. Okay. All of that business out of the way. Coming third also means that Mr. Ng got to ask some of the questions that I wanted to ask. You said that you get put this armor on and you hit your friends with weapons. And just the way you said it made me, of course, want to say, with their consent.
Yes.
But obviously, the way you've explained it, that does include their consent. And I assume you have warned your neighbors about what's going on in your backyard before practice.
My neighbors love it.
Yeah, do they? pull up a chair and a beer. And
They do.
no admission being charged.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for. Maybe it's something you really enjoy talking about. It's kind of nice to learn things like this. It's some of the best part of jury selection like this is to learn about people and their interests and how that how they live their lives. In the Navy, some time ago, 89, 90, apparently, you obviously carried a duty weapon, I assume.
Yes.
And is that where you learned the first time about guns and handling guns?
No.
Okay. Where had you learned about that before?
My grandfather.
Okay. So hunting, I assume?
Gophers, I think it was. So in the horse field.
Yeah. So it's really kind of been a lifelong thing for you to have guns around and be familiar with guns.
Yeah, I didn't own them growing up. It was all my grandpa's stuff, but I didn't actually own my first firearm until I moved to Minnesota.
Okay. That was post-Navy then?
That was post-Navy, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's terrible to start a question with, but you, in the Navy, you did some gate duty, I think you called it?
Gate force. So gate security.
And
so you're familiar with the term trail patrol or mastered arms?
Nope.
That was okay. So just security force. I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah. So kind of like standing guard at the gate.
Yeah, letting people on and off base, patrolling base.
Yeah. So not really an MP.
No, they don't. There's no MPs in the Navy. It's patrol mastered arms.
Yeah. So not trained as an investigating officer.
No investigations at all.
Okay.
No.
It sounded like, your wife and your daughter went through a very traumatic event.
Correct.
And it would be very difficult for, the husband and father. And if you've been asked this already, I'm sorry, but it sounds like you wouldn't have any difficulty separating that incident from what you would hear as the evidence about this incident in the courtroom.
Correct. They're totally not related. So.
And obviously, maybe it's not obvious, that there's a young male black victim in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And is that yes?
Yes.
And the suspects might have been, similar demographic for your wife and your daughter's incident. Any difficulty, just separating those two things out, deciding this case based on the evidence here?
No difficulty.
The taser incident, did you volunteer for that once?
Yes.
And that question assumed something I don't know. Did you volunteer for that?
Yes, I volunteered for that. Never again.
Yeah. You learned from that one?
Yes.
And so was it the kind of taser that we think of as a stun gun, or did it actually shoot barbs out?
It was more of a stun gun, so they had to put the contact to the back.
Okay.
It did not shoot the barbs.
And obviously this case, to some extent, involves a taser. Any difficulty for you setting aside your personal experience, just deciding the case on what you hear here in the courtroom?
Yeah, I can set that aside, yes.
Okay. Obviously, things are much different 30 years later or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. You only watched the video one time?
Yep.
And that was on the news?
I think it was WCCO, but I don't remember exactly what was on.
And you said there's a lot happening there. And,
yep.
Obviously, this trial is about what is happening there. And,
correct.
It's going to be presented to you in a much different format. And so you have to answer.
Yes.
And yeah. See what I mean?
I understand.
And So you had that initial impression based on that brief look at the video. You know now if you're selected as a juror, you got to simply completely put that out of your mind.
Yes,
You can do that.
I can do that.
If you could just give me a moment, please. Excuse
Sure.
me. Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you. And Your Honor, we would pass the jury for cause.
All right. You will be on this jury.
I will be.
You will be on this jury. And we're expecting to start December 8th, but we may start earlier.
Okay.
You will receive a call from the jury office telling you when we're going to start, where to report, and what time.
All right.
Okay. Okay, thank you for waiting all day, and have a wonderful evening.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's all group together and what?
We have one more jury, Judge.
We have one more juror.
You're on the time.
Yeah. How many more? How many do we have right now, Zach?
Seated?
Yes,
12.
12. So we need 2 more. Okay. So we'll start with 57 tomorrow, unless you guys want to keep on going. I mean, Mr. Ng is going like this. Okay, who votes to stop for the day? Oh, okay. You only get 1 vote, Mr. Gray. Okay. I think we should stop for the day and bring in the next juror tomorrow morning. We should finish up. We've got plenty of time. Okay, could I briefly see the lawyers in chambers?